Minkä päällä lakukastike maistuu parhaalta? Ei voi tietää, ellei kokeile. Kouvolan lakritsi.
Everybody, and welcome back to SportsGamer. My name is Tuki, and this is the Wraparound, a little show where we recap everything going on within the ECL and its 5 divisions. And admittedly, it's a bit of a lie to call this a little show. When you are talking about 5 divisions, it takes a while to go through everything. So what do you say we get right down to business? We'll cut out all the fluff today for this week's show, and we will get right down to business. And we kick things off with the ECL's top division, the Elite Division. Now, much like I did for last week, we are going to sort by points per game. Of course, this early on in a season, it is more, about the pace when you have some teams that have played as many as 12 games, others have played half of that. So we start off with Parasite, who have continued to hold on to their top spot in the Elite Division, maintaining the highest goals for per game pace, up to 5. They had 4 through week 1, so that offense is getting better, and they take over first place in having the lowest goals against average at an even 1.0. They have the league's top power play percentage at a 66.67, a perfect penalty kill, and they maintain the top face-off percentage in the league. It has been dominance from one of the heavy favorites in this particular division. And you get to talking about the lineup as it is. Now, no disrespect to Tombo, but it does go to show, as I'm going to talk more about the other 4 guys in depth, just how strong of a lineup this is, that someone like Tombo's a little bit overshadowed. You have Nicky Dangles, who has moved into first place in outright scoring with 30 points on the season. He is still top 9 in goals as well, and is tied for first place in assists with 19. Vatu has moved up from 8th in scoring to 4th with a 14-point week, from 12 points to 26, and has moved up from 7th in goals and is now 14th after an 8-goal week. Benito is now tied for 6th in scoring and 7th in goals with those 12. Teemu on defense moves from a tie for 8th place in defensive scoring to outright in 3rd place. He is also tied for 1st in goals amongst defensemen. Again, an incredibly stacked lineup, and it doesn't change with the goaltenders either, as you have Nike, who has moved from 3rd place in save percentage to 1st, and Pensere up from 5th to 4th in that category. Now, next week, we will start to focus on goalies who have played at least a third of their team's games. We will be talking about some goalies today that have high save percentages that may have only played, 2 to 3 games, maybe 4 so far, like these guys. But that way, too, we're factoring in predominantly the starters or the 50-50 tandem splits for the most part. But all things considered, again, a tremendous start for Parasite. We move to the team in second, Voittamaton, a 1-place advancement up from 3rd. They are now in 2nd place in the Elite Division, led by Eki, who was tied for 2nd in scoring last week. He's now 5th with 25 points. Tempinen maintains a spot in the top 10 in terms of scoring and goal scoring. Jamal the Man moves from 6th place in defensive scoring up to 4th. There is a massive logjam for 5th, by the way, on 12 points. You have Nordsman on Roots, Nawari Jamal on Mustakalta, Flyer Kungan as well here on Voittamaton, and both Easy, Sniper, and Sisu of Goons. So a lot of heavy competition amongst defensive scoring. You do have Potzloff drop out of the top 10 in scoring and goals, but the fact that this team moved up a spot is very promising, because if you get Potzloff going back in full form, the team's going to be flying at that point. And then, of course, Hans Salino in goal. He does drop from 1st place in save percentage down to 3rd, but still has a very stellar 86.67 percentage. And, of course, Sande behind him, not too bad either. So a strong week for Voittamaton. Mustakalta drop 1 spot down into 3rd place. Worth noting, they do still have a perfect penalty kill on the season, and they are led in scoring by Aro, who is third in scoring outright. He was tied for second in goals at the end of week 1 with 8. He is now in first place alone with 19 goals. What a week for Aro, despite the fact, again, that they lost a spot in the standings. You have Mise as well, who goes from being tied for third in D scoring up to second place with 17 points. I think maybe where they lost some ground, Alupekas falls out of the top 10 in goals. I'll be intrigued to see if he can kind of get that form back with his shooting percentage, now the lowest amongst the forwards here from Mustakalta at just under 18%. In goal, worth noting, maybe an early favorite for Rookie of the Year, but Latve, he is still up there for save percentage. Don't be surprised if he's top 5 once again, once that gameplay limit becomes active next week. Still very, very strong numbers for him. Speaking of very strong, Tohtorit moving up 3 spots from 7th to 4th, and a couple of key players to talk about for them. Oyala, who was tied for 6th, or is tied for 6th in scoring with 24 points, and is also top 9 in goals with 11. Profilipaki moves up and is now tied for 8th in scoring with 23 points. And then there's the defensive side of things, not just amongst the actual defensemen, because we have to talk about Harlow and Sega Sormi, who are both tied for the league lead in block shots. Sega Sormi held that title outright in week number 1, and it is worth noting for Sega Sormi tied for the league lead in goals amongst defenders with 3. So a very strong week for Tohtorit, getting back towards the higher end of the standings where a lot of people expected them to be. Now, maybe who people didn't expect to see up this high, I mean, some people did, but, you know, I think there was some sarcasm with it, perhaps. The Polski boys move up 6 spots from number 11 to number 5, and it is off the back of 3 key players here. Tunkelia, their leading scorer, who is now top 9 in goals with 11 on the season. Brokala rights the ship on faceoffs, no longer the worst win percentage in the league. And then in goal, Mastari Tiku as well continues his hot start to the season and takes the outright lead in shutouts with 2 on the campaign. So a big time season for the former pro champions in Polski boys. Up next, initially, it was the Fallon Coal Miners, and are we sorted like we're supposed to be? Aha, it is still the Fallon Coal Miners. I was going to say, everything else was still accurate. Let's talk about the Fallon Coal Miners, only dropping 1 spot from 5th down to 6th. So after a strong start to the season, they hold and have that stability. Key player for them this week, yet again, there is a name change from Smake to Leafnoa, which, sure, why not have a midseason name change? You're making tremendous friends with the casters, let me tell you. And then Stromman, I notice, has a name change too listed here. It's fine. Don't worry about it. But the former Smake went from being tied for 8th place in goals to now in 6th outright with 13. And of course, we've talked about it all season long, the increased focus that we have on our social aspects of what we're doing here. And again, we're asking people to share their highlights, their lowlights, whatever it may be, using the hashtag ECL25clips. And of course, the Fallon Coal Miners have done just that, as you've been watching this clip in the background of some interesting action for them from the week, to say the least. So again, the Fallon Coal Miners, strong week, still performing very, very well.
All the time, and that's just a real nice gift to get the apple on that one.
Grabs the puck in the defensive zone. Oh, he hammered him.
Oh, he knew exactly what he was doing going into this along the boards, James. I love that it was a clean hit. He finishes it off perfectly.
Tosses it to Soderlund. Grabs control of it at the point. Rips it. Pistols! Centers the hat-trick and let those shovels fly. And feeds the puck over to Soderlund. Still has possession. And Newsman
One of the teams that suffered a decent drop this week, though, in 7th place, it is EXEN, down 3 spots from 4th place into 7th. In terms of kind of what went right for them, not a ton. Like, you look at, say, someone like Domi, who does have the highest passing percentage in the league at 89%. You know, you still have an incredibly talented group of players, but it's been the lack of scoring, which is surprising, especially because in week 1, Moja was top 10 in scoring and goals and is now no longer top 10 in either of those categories. So EXEN has some things to figure out. Save percentages also aren't as high for goaltenders of that caliber. Something just quite hasn't clicked for them yet, but they are only a third of the way through their season. And then we have Goons. If the season were to end today, they would be in that 8th spot. They move up 1 spot from number 9, despite still having the most penalties in the league, because of course they do, but they are still also the most physical team in the league with 320 registered hits. So it kind of goes hand in hand there. But looking at some of their key players, we've mentioned a few of them already, but we have Kontala, who is still top 7 in goals, did drop out of top 10 in scoring overall, but is still leading the way for his team. Lexa is the league penalty minutes leader with 14, but only had 2 PIMs this week, so not a bad adjustment. Canary, still first in the league in hits, but does drop out of the top 10 in goals and in outright scoring. They need him to wake up a little bit more. And then worth noting as well, Easy Sniper, of course, you mentioned him, being tied for first in goals amongst defensemen, but does drop out of the top 5 for D scoring. So somebody else that they're going to be looking to have take a bit of a step up. But they are getting some solid goaltending, at least from their starter. No disrespect to the backup there. It's going to be interesting. Again, Goons have had just a tumultuous history throughout the elite and pro divisions. Next up, we have a team that was off to a very hot start last week. It is the Blackjacks. They fall 3 spots down to number 9. Now, it is worth noting that, they are getting offense. They have the most shots on goal in the league thus far. But when you get a look at the numbers, Kermit, of course, their leading scorer, has dropped from first in scoring with 17 points. He is now second with the 29, and he was first in goals with 10, but is now only in third with 16. So his pace definitely slowed down. You have Psycho Skills, who drops from the top 5 in outright scoring, but is still tied for first in assists with 19. He is also solid defensively, league leader in interceptions, and is still first place in D scoring. So Psycho Skills still having a strong year. The guy who you got to kind of look at here is Timothy. Falls out of the top 10 in goals scored and in outright scoring. That is a big factor for the drop. And of course, Villain as well. The defenseman turned center, still solid defensively, still provides a lot, but the point scoring hasn't been there. So if he's not going to provide that offense, Timothy and Kermit cannot afford to slow down. Next up, well, let's address the elephant in the room here when it comes to Unwanted. At the time that I am recording this, a league admin decision is still being made. In defense of Kenu here, a reminder, it is not a one-person decision in whatever happens with Unwanted. Again, sportsgamer.gg will have all the most up-to-date information on that, but at the time of recording, a decision has not yet been made. So we will see what happens with Unwanted moving forward. In 11th, you have Mythics, who have dropped 1 spot. Only real notable thing for them so far is that they have the worst face-off percentage in the league at 41.15%. If they can't turn that around, it's going to be very, very difficult to be a playoff team. Roots Gaming hold in 12th. Key player for them this week has to be Sokolo, their leading scorer, who went from being tied, or is now tied, in scoring for 8th place with 23 points, and was tied for 2nd in goals with 5. He is now tied for 8th in goals with 5. Excuse me. It's a lot of numbers I'm throwing at you, and I know. But it's worth it because, again, he was tied for 8th place in goals with 5. He now has 17 and is in 2nd place. A 12-goal week for Sokolo. Big part of the reason as to why Roots were able to hold this position. They still have some things to figure out. Yanta's sub 80 save percentage, indicative of his play and the defensive play. They need to do a bit better, but they are in that conversation for maybe being able to make it into the playoffs, or at the very least, avoiding one of these bottom 4 positions. Which brings us to Wraparound first, up 2 spots, up to 13th in the league. So a bit of a rebound for them. Good news, they have the fewest penalty minutes in the league. So, I mean, they're not kind of, shooting themselves in the foot throughout the season. Key player for them right now, it has to be the goaltending with, if I'm not mistaken, Kilzork? If I'm not mistaken. 5th in save percentage right now on an 850. Only 2 games played, but a couple of big games there. I'm intrigued to see what their goaltending situation looks like and if they can start to find just a little bit more offense. Again, very talented team, very difficult team to surpass in the standings. They have kind of settled down into like a gatekeeper role as opposed to, being a consistent playoff threat, dare I say. This could be the season, though, where, hey, they turn back into that playoff threat. It is still very early on. Of course, down in 14th, we have TikTok, who technically hold their position. They did start their season for this week. They do, though, have the highest goals against per game average at a 3.83. That is going to need to come down. But despite that, their star player this week is goaltender Bisa, who is 2nd in save percentage with technically a 902 or a 90.2, whatever you prefer. Just 2 games played. Tale of 2 performances in terms of the goaltending thus far. Shout out to Party Time, by the way, 15 points in 6 games, doing very well. Still early in the TikTok season, and of course, they got into the Elite Division kind of at the last minute, so it's been weird for them, but just a basic look at their initial start. Then you have Renascore, up by 1 into 15th position. They do maintain the lowest goals for per game at a 1.6, up from a 1.0, and they do have they did have the league's worst goals against per game average, but obviously now they have dropped that number below TikTok. However, for them, yet to score a power play goal. That is going to have to change as well. And then in last, at the moment, with just 2 regulation wins in 12 games, shockingly, it's Heimo, down another 3 spots in the standings. Yes, they have played some top teams, but they are nearly at the halfway point of their season. They've yet to score a power play goal. Shocking start for them. I don't put it past them to be able to recover. But given some of the other teams that have a lot less elite experience, like Renascore and TikTok, I'm going to be very intrigued to see if Heimo can turn it around. But that is your look at the Elite Division. Again, we do have a long way to go, but I want to remind you all that we do have our live final coming up in February at Assembly for the top 2 teams that make it to the championship round here in the Elite Division. If you are a ECL player license holder, you can still inquire about getting your free tickets. And of course, if you just happen to be in the Helsinki area, well, hey, this February, check us out again at Assembly on the big stage as we will crown a new champion for our Winter 25 season. Moving on, let's talk about the second tier of the ECL ladder. It is our Pro Division, and we'll kick things off in Group Number 1, maintaining their top spot through Week 2. It is Zenigame, and really the interesting thing here is their defensive structure. MCH, tied for first in assists in the league with 17, is also tied for second in defensive scoring. His defense partner, Johannes, is tied with him, both of them on 19 points. Johannes was 5th overall in scoring and first amongst defenders last week, as well was first in defensive goals. So they have been doing very, very well through the opening 2 weeks. And in goal, looking very, very strong, as well as UBXor is first in the league in save percentage with a 907, moving up from 2nd place last week. What I find to be impressive about this is you had both Arakos, Paukos, and Amosi falling out of the top 10 in scoring, yet they maintained their top spot. So, again, shout out to the love package, Rakos, Paukos. Tremendous. But again, great start to the season for Zenigame. In 2nd place, moving up 2 spots to claim that spot, is Blackbirds. Couple of interesting players for them here in the early stages of this season. Almio at the top. Their leading scorer is top 8 in scoring with 29 points. Does drop out of the top 10 in goals, but again, they still moved up in the standings, so it worked out okay. You also have Sopoli, who was tied for the league lead in assists with 17. And another aspect to them doing well, their goaltender Yerek does drop out of the top 5 in save percentage, but as I talked about, don't be surprised to see them bounce back once we put the games played restriction in place when considering the top goaltenders. So very strong week 2 for Blackbirds to move up technically in the first place, but again, on points per game, it is second place. In third, dropping 1 spot to that position, Gotham Knights. They are still running off the back of a perfect penalty kill, but it's another similar story in terms of goaltending here, as Kusan technically drops out of the top 5 in save percentage after being number 1 last week, but it is still a very respectable 85%. Offensively, not doing too bad either, but again, it is a team with the lead experience that are going to be hoping to finish at the top of their group, or at the very least, obviously, they want to make it back to elite. In fourth place, Atuksit, dropping 1 spot from third down to fourth. The good news is they still have the lowest goals against per game in the group at a 1.83, and they are tied for the top power play percentage in the group at 40%. In terms of some of their key players, and of course we saw them on broadcast this past Tuesday, you have Miguli, still top 8 in scoring, does drop down from 5, but moves up. He was 5th in goals at the end of week 1. He is now tied for first in goals in the Pro Division with 14. You have a little bit of another approach too. You have the scoring touch, you have the physicality as well. Persuiti, tied for the most hits in Pro. Couple of players to keep an eye out on, though. Machine Gun Kale drops out of the top 10 in scoring after being tied for 5th, but still impressive numbers. Just shows what the heights are in the Pro Division. And on defense, Yukis drops out of the top 5 in D scoring after being tied for 3rd. So you can look at those 2 players and say, like, okay, a 1-point slide makes sense, but Atuksit still very much in a good spot moving forward. In 5th place, moving up 2 spots to secure that position, it's the Old Timers, now no longer with the most penalty minutes in the group, but a couple of key players for them. Yapi Koita, interesting week, was first in goals after week 1 with 13, still on 13 at the end of week 2, and is now tied for 4th. So interesting that they were able to move up 2 spots when their top goal scorer did not find the back of the net. No longer top 10 in scoring, was tied for 2nd, but again, impressive that they were able to move up. Verpi as well, tied for 1st in assists, no longer top 10 in scoring, was in 1st place. Tisalino, still 1st in the league, though, in shutouts, but they didn't have any shutouts this week, but on 4 for the season. And Larig dropped out of the top 10 in goals. The fact that they were able to move up 2 spots is incredibly impressive when you consider some of those numbers, but hey, it is what it is. 7 regulation wins will certainly do it. So interesting start to the season for the Old Timers. In 6th, we have D-Lock moving up 3 points. They are tied for the top power play percentage in the league, of course, at 40%. And interesting enough for them, moving up despite a key player from week 1 struggling a bit, as Puntela was top 10 in goals as well, much like Larig on the Old Timers, yet they still moved up a couple of positions. And that's just a very good sign that your team is well-rounded and not dependent on one player in particular. In 7th, falling 2 spots, it is Nova, as key player for them has to be at this point, unsurprisingly, I'd say for most, it's got to be King of Apes, 5th in D scoring with 17 points. They still have some things to work on. We saw them on broadcast as well in this week. Definitely some talent that they're just trying to find the right pieces and how to put that all together. But Nova looking like they very much could be on pace for a playoff spot like they currently are. And then in 8th, it is Devils, dropping back 2 spots from number 6. Good news for them, they no longer have the worst face-off percentage. So that's obviously a good sign. 2 key players for them, though, as we take a look at, if I'm not mistaken, Kyriad as their top forward, who is now tied for 4th in goals with 13. And then Bogomir, tied for 10th in goals with 12, is also, though, tied for the most penalty minutes. So, if they can find that discipline, continue to get that face-off percentage up, and find, continued point production like this, could very much see them on pace to make the playoffs as well. But, of course, there is going to be competition from the teams just on the outside looking in. At number 9, we have Serpents, who have moved up 6 spots from number 15 to number 9. Now, they have yet to score a power play goal, but the good news here is that they are no longer tied for the worst goals against per game average. So an improvement for them, and they move up quite a bit because of it. You have EXEN up next, dropping 1 spot down into number 10, but they do have the highest goals for per game in Group 1 at a 3.38, but they also have the most penalty minutes in the group, and that is clearly costing them at this stage. In terms of key players, though, Adri leading the way, first in scoring in the league with 42 points, and Vinci behind him, second in scoring with 41, and is also top 4 in goals with 13. So for them, clearly, try to find that discipline, keep that scoring pace up, and good things could happen. And then, of course, final team in this section, the kind of safety section of group number 1. It is Kumanauta Klubale, as, one of these days I'll get closer, maybe. Top penalty kill, or at least a perfect penalty kill on the season thus far, as well as the fewest PIMs in group 1. So things are going really well for them from a disciplinary standpoint. Their key player, here we go with this one, currently second in scoring, Hopea Kupara. I went through that one way too slowly, but that's fine. Hopea Kupara. There we go. Tied for 10th in goals with 12. So a nice little bit of a wake up there as they moved up 3 spots into 11th and technically into one of those safety spots. Down 2 positions to number 12, it is SSK Esports. They do have the worst penalty kill in Group 1 at 55%. They no longer have the top face-off percentage either. But in terms of bright spots, they do still have Yoyep leading the way here, tied for first in goals in the league with 14. Rubitus tied for 10th in goals with 12, so you can see the separation isn't all that drastic. But Rubitus was 5th at the end of week 1. So face-off percentage dropping, penalty kill struggling as a result. You're not getting as many scoring opportunities. Pretty clear what SSK Esports needs to work on in the 3rd week of action. Next up, it is Nordic Stars, and see, this is the difference. In 5th place, but on points percentage, they are in one of those potential relegation battle spots. They have the worst face-off percentage in Group 1 at a 44.89%. They are still the most physical team in the group. They were top last week as well. But in terms of the key players to look at, because it's not all bad for them, their leading scorer, Masen Toitunu, is tied for 8th in scoring with 29 points, but they were 4th at the end of week 1. Yezbaru is tied for 4th in goals with 13, but they were in 3rd place outright and are no longer top 10 in scoring. Good news, though, Katanarski, with that elite experience, has woken up and now leads all defensemen in goals with 6. So some positives for Nordic Stars, but definitely some things they need to work on heading into week number 3. Speaking of things to work on, Deadly Phantoms. I don't know what's going on with these boys, but they drop another spot down into 14th. They have yet to score a power play goal. But what's so weird to me, they have the top face-off percentage in the group at 56.41%. So very, very weird start to the Deadly Phantoms season. And again, they're almost at the halfway point. Week 3 is going to be crucial for them to turn things around. And then we get to the bottom 2 teams, although, hey, there you go, a closer look at the Deadly Phantoms and at least the logo. We have Vizio moving up 1 spot to 15th. They no longer have the worst goals for per game in the league, but they do now have the worst goals against average in the group, I should say, at a 4.08. So the offense figuring things out, the defense is getting worse. Interesting spot for them to be in is the only way I can think to phrase it, because it sounds nice. It's just been a really, really rough start for them. And then, of course, at the bottom, Mites, without a regulation win in 10 games. They have the worst goals for per game in the group at a 2.2. Obviously, if you're not scoring goals and can't find consistent offense, you're going to struggle. So that is the look in group number 1. Some interesting stories. And in terms of group number 2, we start off at the top with the team that maintains first position. It is No Street Sports with the best goals for per game in the group at a 4.7, up from the league leading that they had last week at a 4.5. However, they do have the worst penalty kill in Group 2 at 50%. As I just slammed my finger on my desk. It hurts a lot, but I'm going to power through. They are the most physical team as well in Group 2 with 247 hits. In terms of their key players, let's take a look here at some of these numbers. Toivon, if I'm not mistaken, now tied for third in scoring with 38 points. A massive week for them. Hisa as well. Tied for 10th in goals with 12, but is no longer top 10 in outright scoring. Nwari Casanova is now tied for 10th in goals with 12, so another player stepping up in week 2. Otzes on defense, 4th in defensive scoring with 18 points. Technically dropping down, though, from second place after week 1, only 5 points this week. And then Snasigi in goal, 5th in save percentage at an 863, down from third place with an 882 last week, but still obviously an incredibly strong number. And again, another team that has, one player that was key for them in week 1 kind of dropping off a little bit in terms of the pace. And, well, as a result, you would think, hey, maybe things are a little bit rough, but hey, they are still doing very, very well for themselves. In second place in Group 2, up 2 spots from 4th, it is Björklöven Esports. Let's talk about their 2 key players to really focus on here. At the top, it is their leading scorer in Alpha Borea, tied now for 7th, or outright, in 7th, in scoring with 31 points, but is tied for first in assists with 17. Another key player to look at, Vilpiona, tied for the most penalty minutes in the league right now with 12. So another team where, hey, if you can figure out the discipline, stay out of the box, keep the scoring going from a key player or two, good things can happen. HC Lugano Esports, hello, up technically 13 positions because they had not started their season at the end of week 1. This was them opening off the season, and they're up to third place on points pace, fresh off of a perfect penalty kill as well. So HC Lugano Esports showing up in a big way in week number 2. In 4th place, Poggers up 8 spots from 12th to 4th, shrugging off a rough start off the back of now having the best power play percentage in the group at 40%. And in terms of their key players, you have Migo Buna, who is tied for 3rd in scoring with 38 points. Yakari is now 5th in scoring with 35 points and tied for top 4 in goals with 13. So a big week for those two. And then on defense, Lauren Javi is now 1st in defensive scoring with 22 points. So Poggers really shrugging off that rough start. That is more of what I at least expected to see out of them heading in to the season. You have the Hervlev Eagles after another strong week 2, up 4 spots from 9 to 5. Key player for them has to be in goal with Eubens, who holds in 3rd position in save percentage with an 882, but again, is not their starter. Provocacia has that role, but it just goes to show goaltending for them is very stellar. I'm intrigued to see if Eubens gets more time. If not, we will not be seeing them in the top 5 for save percentages in Pro next week, as we already talked about. At number 6, down 3 spots from 3rd place, it is Aspire. A couple of key players for them. Tihizu, 6th in scoring with 33 points and their leading scorer. And Yepux, who is top 8 in scoring with 29 points and tied for the league lead in goals with 14. Now, I talked about the whole social club aspect a little bit earlier on. Because of that, let's take a look at this clip that they entered.
Now with the puck behind the net, moving back and forth, trying to find an option out in front. Here's a shot blocked by Cash, another save by Cash. And now a poke check down low, another save by Cash. Oh my God, now Peke, a wide open Tahitsu into the open net. And he has just secured an amazing comeback victory. That is pretty much going to do it with just 6 seconds on the clock.
Back into the breakdown here in 7th place in Group 2, up 1 spot from week number 1. It is Golden Sticks. Now, interesting that they've been able to move up because they do have the worst goals for per game in the group with a 1.17, but they have the best goals against per game in Group 2 at a 1.17. They are also the only team in the group yet to score a power play goal, but they have the top face-off percentage in the group at 58%. I don't know what to make of the Golden Sticks and their start to the season through 6 games. Worth noting, their key player is their goaltender, Strong, who has an 87.04 save percentage, good for 4th in the Pro Division. So again, very interesting start for Golden Sticks through 2 weeks. And then in 8th, Isman Valinta down 3 spots from number 5 into 8th, as mentioned. Again, key players for them. We look at Ricardo, if I'm not mistaken. It might be Ricard if you have 055, but again, tough to tell. I'm going with Ricardo for this one. Top 10 in goals with 12. However, the drop-off down 3 spots, maybe not the most surprising. Posu drops off of the top 10 in goals scoring entirely, while Luki drops out of the top 5 in defensive scoring. And you can tell here, they haven't exactly had a steady lineup with 8 skaters getting ice time so far this season. That's going to cause some issues when you're working in that many depth players. Team number 9, let's talk about Red Bull Munich Esports, down 3 spots from last week. They do still have a perfect penalty kill, but the downside is they're having to use that penalty kill quite a bit because as we get a look here at their scoring, it is Domi that we're paying attention to as he is tied for the most penalty minutes in Pro with 12. So key for them moving forward, stay out of the box. The rest of things for the teams, not looking too bad. Stay out of the box, get that pressure off of the goaltender a little bit more if you can. In 10th, again, going with Roofdick, let me know. Up 3 spots, though, from a rough start to the season in week 1, from 13th now in 10th. And really, it's off the back of some physicality as Naiku is tied for the pro lead in hits at this point of the season with... I was looking at the interceptions for some reason, with 60. And again, the interceptions, shout out to 81. For Sage, that just caught my attention. That's a very, very solid number. So in theory, a solid physical defensive team. Just need to kind of shrug off that slow start to the season. Speaking of slow starts, Savalanche, a huge loser in week 2. There's no other way to put it. They dropped 9 spots from 2nd all the way down to 11th, despite taking the fewest amount of penalties in the league. So just a really, really rough week for them. You have the Finnish Roosters in 12th, down 1 spot. Key player for them, though, I knew this guy more as a forward in the Elite Division, but it is their goaltender, at least for 4 games so far. Keskitalo has been stellar in goal and is 2nd in the league in save percentage right now with that 883. So we'll see, of course, what the goaltending situation looks like. That is far from a unique situation for them when it comes to having one goalie significantly outperforming the other despite a game's difference. In 13th, Cheeky Grinders up 1 spot this week. They are no longer tied for the worst goals against average. So, hey, positives there. The Nuremberg Ice Tigers, currently in 14th. They dropped 7 points, or 7 spots, down to 14th. No longer with the league's top power play percentage, and they have taken the most penalties in Group 2. That is clear cut. Like, that's the biggest issue, is got to stay out of the box. In the drop zones, we have Afterlife in 15th, down 5 spots from number 10, and Refuse to Lose dropped from 15th to dead last in 16th, with the highest goals against average per game in the group at a 5.25. The worst face-off percentage in the group at a 4.2.81. In terms of the key players for them, though, it's interesting because you have Sony, who has stepped up, is now tied for 8th in scoring with 29 points. But then you have Logi, who has also taken a step up, tied for 4th in goals with 13. 5 goals this week, had 8, which was good enough to be tied for 8th place at the end of week 1. So they have some players who are performing well, but again, another team, a lot of players being used. That's going to cause some issues in terms of the goaltending, the defensive structures, and the familiarity. So still early days. Again, nobody's over that halfway point of the season in the pro division, but certainly some teams that you can say, things are going well. For others, not so much. But even the teams that have things going well for them, as we talked about, there are aspects that they need to work on, and that's maybe not the most surprising for the early stages of the season. Moving on to our third tier, it is the light division. Let's kick things off in group number 1. Now, this is a group where it's like, okay, things are a little bit interesting. But technically, Tohtorit Esports are in first on the point per game percentage, up 10 spots from 11th. They are tied for the best goals against average per game, with just 2 goals allowed in their 2 games. Yet to score a power play goal because they've only played 2 games, and have the fewest PIMs because they've only played 2 games. So we won't overhype them yet, as they got their season started off late, clearly, but still worth keeping an eye on them in the early stages. They knocked Mudu Hockey off of that top spot. They're now down into second. They do have the highest goals for per game in the group at a 4.25. They also have the most hits with 280. The key players for them, we have to shout out Mr. Xbox, taking the lead in scoring on the team from unranked out of the top 10 in terms of scoring, now to being tied for 8th place with 34 points. And then Mateus Gamer moving up to being top 10 in scoring with 33 points and tied for top 4 in goals with 17. They were unranked in both of those categories, or at least outside of the top 10 last week as well. So Mudu technically dropping down, but I think most would agree are the team on paper that are off to the hottest start thus far, unless Tohtorit just continues a crazy start. In third place, holding on to third place, it is Pharmaloget, as a key player for them, Disc Trasan, if I am not mistaken there, their leading scorer, who is tied for 7th in goals with 16 after being outside of the top 10 in week number 1. In fourth, Puck Over Glass. Now, they have yet to score a power play goal, but that does not stop them from holding on to 4th place for the 2nd week in a row. And despite that lack of a power play goal, they do have the best face-off percentage in Group 1. Key player that I'm looking at for them is Kanuzan, who does drop in D scoring from 3rd place to outside of the top 5. So, going to be very intrigued to see if they can kind of continue to find that form. Obviously, they have some pretty strong numbers here, and it's still early days. Defensively, the goaltending needs to get a little bit better if they're really going to put forward with a title challenge this season. In 5th place, up 4 spots from number 9, you have the German Ice Gladiators, so a big week 2 for them. And in 6th, up 1 spot, actually, maybe even 2. I might have a typo here, but HC Videlma. Interesting here. Yuhan was top 3 in scoring in week 1, now outside of the top 10 at 27 points in 10 games. Still a very impressive number. Certainly not someone that we're overly worried about in terms of their performance. So for Videlma, they do gain a spot, and yeah, very much look like they could be on their way to a playoff position. Down in 7th, though, is Ace Squad. They dropped 5 points from 2nd place. Big reason for that is the goals against per game, the worst in the group at a 4.4, and the worst face-off percentage in the group at 44%. This was not a drop-off I was expecting, but Deline drops out of the top 10 in terms of scoring and goals despite having 30 points in 10 games and 19 goals. It just shows what the standard is right now. Trejo as well drops out of the top 10 in scoring. They were tied for third after week 1. So it's tough to say you need those two to bounce back because the numbers are very, very strong. I'm intrigued to see kind of what they managed to do in week number 3 because, yeah, it's just very interesting to watch a team start off that hot and fall 5 spots despite the numbers still looking very solid. And in 8th, we have DEG Esports up 4 spots from 12th now to 8th after starting their season this week. They are tied for the best goals against per game average with 2, and they have the best power play in the group at 50%. Number 9, you have the Black Sharks dropping down 1 spot this week. Not nearly as bad as Team Infernus, who drops down 5 spots to number 10. The Carlos Icemen also dropping down 5 spots, but it's interesting. They have a player to really pay attention to here on the defensive side of things. It is EXEN, who is tied for first in defensive goals with 6. They also have the most shots by a defender with 50. So intrigued to see if they can kind of get things back on the right track. And then at the bottom, SSK Academy dropping 2 spots down to number 12 with the worst goals for per game number in the group at a 1.91 and the most penalties taken. So obviously, if they are going to bounce back, discipline is another pretty big aspect. Moving on to group number 2, and at the top, it is HC Boostertal Esports moving up 1 spot to claim that top spot, tied for the best goals against average in the group at just 1.5 allowed, and their key player has to be their goaltender as a result. Ruzakuza, who was third in save percentage last week, is now second with an 896. So a very strong start in goal for Pustertal Esports. In second place, we have Ruti up 1 spot now in second. Couple of key players for them, including a big one here in Antico, who was not top 10 last week in goals, but is now tied for first with 18. So how about that? Mixe as well is tied for first in assists in the league, I should say, with 20. You do have Temeti as well in goal, whose save percentage drops a little bit in terms of not being like one of the highest numbers technically, but in terms of an outright starter, is one of the best and will be getting that accolade if this pace continues heading into week number 3. So a good week for them as they continue to kind of stabilize and not only stabilize, but improve. In third place, Tokuku down 2 spots into third, again, as mentioned. They are tied for the best goals against average in the group at a 1.5. They also have a perfect penalty kill with the fewest penalties taken, despite the most hits in the group. So pretty impressive numbers there. Their 2 key players, Yusa Solo, tremendous name, tied for 4th in scoring now on 38 points, despite not being in the top 10 last week. And then in goal, Bobby Python, no longer first in save percentage for the same reasons that we mentioned with Temeti, but is still tied for the league lead in shutouts with 3. So still players very much to keep an eye on. Project X up 1 spot into 4th position. They have the top power play percentage in the group at 38.1%. In terms of their key players, it was about having players step up for them as well, as Yessi is now tied for top 10 in scoring with 33 points, was outside of the top 10 previously, and Tespo is tied for first in goals with 18, was previously unranked. And then in goal, Sisu is now first in save percentage at the 920 save percentage, but again, just the 2 games played. Was second in save percentage last week, did not play this week. Again, they have iced 3 goalies so far. That's someone, again, if they don't get more games, we won't be talking about them as much next week, but did have a very strong start to the season. At number 5, Vitos Vitia up 2 spots off the back of the best goals for per game pace in the group at a 4.67. But again, just 6 games played, so a lot could change there. For SCB, Esports up 2 spots to number 6. And here's maybe the name of the week. Borosiantor, 3rd in save percentage at an 89.29. Again, though, just the 2 games, clearly not the starter. And honestly, Killer Ashram at an 82.58. Tremendous numbers there. It looks like either way, they're good to go. But looks like Killer will be more likely to get the accolades next week, again, as we install that limit. At number 7, old Coup de Grace, down 1 spot this week. Worst penalty kill in the group at 53.85. That needs to change. But what's interesting, top face-off percentage at 58.47. So again, 53.85 on the PK, 58 on the face-offs. You can see the positives and the negatives. In terms of their key players, we have Iron Fist, who is still tied for, or at least was when I looked, was up there for defensive goals. I believe we've had some late games implemented here, so I'll hold off on the initial judgment. But worth noting as well that Matthews started to drop off as well up until some of these games were implemented late. I was going to say 5th in goals with 12, now up to 20. So clearly, for Coup de Grace, not that bad. Still in 7th, though, so keep an eye out on them. And in 8th place, down 4 spots this week, Ice Baron Lauf Gaming. So we'll see if they can bounce back in week number 3. In 9th, holding at that spot is Kokai Esports. Lee Haponi, their key player, drops in defensive scoring a bit. Was previously tied for 4th in D scoring with 12 points. Picks up just 1 point this week. So kind of a sign that the offense couldn't really get going like they did in week number 1. You have Boomers holding in 10th position with the worst goals against average in Group 2 with a 5.67. And they're another team that are kind of living and dying by the physicality, especially on the defensive side of things, as Karki has the most hits amongst defenders in the league, while Camel Guy on the other side, most penalty minutes amongst defenders. So clearly needing to stay out of the box if they can. And again, another team that has used a few more options on the ice. And of course, the goaltending, not quite where they'd want it to be. We'll leave it at that. Number 11 is Woodhands, up 2 spots from 13th. However, they are the only team in Group 2 without a power play goal. The Iserlohn Roosters Esports squad holds at number 12 with the worst face-off percentage in the group at 41%. And then Taisto, down 2 spots into the basement at number 13 with the worst goals for per game mark in the group at 1.6 and the most penalties taken. Moving on, let's talk about group number 3. As you can see at the top, it is Underrated, who move up 1 spot to secure that primary pole position. They are tied for first in goals for per game at 4.5. They also have the fewest penalty minutes taken in the group. In terms of their key players, shout out to Psycho, who really steps up after being unranked in both, is now top 6 in scoring and top 9 in goals. Son as well, top 10 in scoring, is also tied for first in hits. So a big step up for those two. In goal, Andre drops a little bit in save percentage, was 5th previously, but again, still a strong number and very much could be in the running once we constrict those rankings. We have Hopfen Smoothie HC at number 2, moving up 1 spot. They are the other team tied in first with a 4.5 goals for per game average. They also have a perfect penalty kill, so a decent start for them, but just 4 games played. The Dara Stars down 2 spots into 3rd. They're also showcasing a picture-perfect penalty kill. For them, got to shout out Senatori. Drops in scoring, was tied for 3rd with 21 points. Now just on 28 with 19 goals. So clearly, trying to find that consistency as the weeks go on throughout the season. Another fun team for me in this particular group. It is Voittamaton holding in 4th place in the group. In terms of their key players, Playmakerly, we have to shout out, is now tied for 4th in scoring with 38 points. They were previously unranked. Kasperi as well, tied for 10th in scoring, previously unranked. And then Datsuki is tied for 1st in assists with 20, is 2nd in D scoring, up from being tied for 4th at the end of week 1, and is 1st in blocks. In goal, Masamon, 8 games played so far, is 4th in save percentage with an 8.87. So things are looking pretty good for Voittamaton. We'll see if that continues, as again they hold 4th place in Group 3. In 5th, we have Macho HC also holding their position off the back of the top power play in the group at 41.18% and the top face-off percentage in the group at nearly 57%. Our 3rd straight hold, 6th place, Saucer Hockey. Key player for them in goal, Rantasaki, who is 5th in save percentage with an 8.84, but again, just 2 games played as the backup. But hey, it's early. You've earned that shout out, but you don't get more games moving forward. We are going to start focusing on the starters like Mazupizu at a nice 83% on the season thus far. Sune Iko Esports at number 7, up 4 spots from number 11, despite having the worst penalty kill in the group at 60%. So hey, there you go. You know what you have to work on heading into week number 3. And then in 8th, up 4 spots from 12th, Sete Licurho, with a very interesting player, for me at least, to pay attention to, and that is someone with plenty of elite experience. We're talking about Antti, who is now tied for 4th in goals in the league with 17 after being on the outside of top 10 in week number 1. So definitely a player to keep an eye out on. Number 9, we have the Senayoki Noms moving down 2 spots to number 9. Obviously looking at Sete Licurho previously, but yeah, Senayoki Noms down 2 spots this week. Galimus Hockey Krefeld also holding their spot this week. A lot of holds in this particular group. They are tied for the worst goals against average in the group at a 4.5. Obvious what they need to work on. The Moscow Capitals down 3 spots to number 11 despite a perfect penalty kill. Is worth shouting out, though, Akimka, who is tied for 1st in defensive goals with 6, and is also, of course, tied for the team lead in points outright. And then at the bottom, down 3 spots to number 12, it is Game Over Esports. It's not going to be pretty here, boys. With the worst goals for per game in the group at a 2.0, tied for the most goals against per game in the group at a 4.5. They are the only team in the group without a power play goal. They have taken the most penalty minutes in the group. They have the worst face-off percentage in the group, and maybe tied with the most penalty minutes, they have the most hits in the group. So incredibly physical, not able to stay out of the box, not able to score goals. Potentially living up to their namesake unless they can have a big week number 3. And last but not least for the light division, it is group number 4. At the top of the board, we currently have the SSK Prospect Squad up 4 spots to claim the top spot off the back of the lowest goals against average per the group in the group with a 1.78. Key players for them. Need to shout out Sveti, yet again staying 1st in league scoring with 49 points. Had 30 at the end of week 1, so a big week there. And is also tied for 1st in hits. Victor Hall, still 1st in defensive scoring with 27 points, an 11-point week, and is 1st in block shots. Rame, still 3rd in defense, or now 3rd in defensive scoring, up from 4th last week. The Raws tied for the league lead in shutouts. In goal with 3 and just 8 games played. And all of this despite the fact that someone like E. Bjorken dropped off in terms of scoring and goals out of the top 3 in scoring and was 2nd in goals. Still strong numbers, though, but the rest of the team around him continuing to step up. SSK Prospects looking like a strong contender this season. In second place, up 9 positions, Kika Kirya with their key player for this week, no doubt being Yimpa, who is now tied for first in goals with 18 after being outside the top 10 last week. So a big week for both SSK prospects and Kika Kirya. The Six Sticks Misfits find themselves up 4 spots into number 3, while Vita down 3 spots from number 1 in the group. They are at 4, thanks to what I would say the most penalty minutes in the group. Just not able to stay out of the box because they did have a player of their own step up in a big-time way. Maybe the best name in all of the ECL, Nikki Tikitin, who is now tied for 8th in scoring and tied for 4th in goals after being unranked in both categories. So Vita have a couple of things to work on in regards to discipline. In 5th position, Pata Halala, down 1 spot from 4th. So, again, only 4 games played. We'll see what they do once the action picks back up for them. Technical Disaster in 6th, down 4 spots. They do still maintain a perfect penalty kill. And in terms of their key players, it was a big week for Capo, who moved up from unranked to being tied for 7th in goals with 16. And then Rister as well is tied for 1st in assists with 20. So bit of a rough week for them. We'll see kind of what happens, especially once a team like Pata Halala and Six Sticks Misfits end up being in double-digit games played. The VBO Stars down 1 spot to number 7, despite the best goals for per game in the group at over a 4.0. They also have the most hits in the group. Key players for them, we are looking at Bror, who of course has elite experience, is now tied for 2nd in scoring with 43, up from being tied for 3rd. Does drop in goals, though. Was previously 1st, but obviously 29 and 14 games is still absolutely stellar. And then August is tied for 6th in scoring with 37 points. Previously out of the top 10. E. Bastion as well, tied for 10th in scoring, was previously unranked as well. So the VBO Stars, their offense is looking good. They just got to figure out things on the defensive side of things, but not the worst start to the season for them. Team number 8, including me, down 5 spots to number 8. Their key player for week 2, somebody else who stepped up into the top 10, Lataseva, now tied for 2nd in scoring with 43 points. So big time performance this week. Team number 9, Hockey Holics, down 1 spot, despite having the top power play in the group at 50%. Calipo HC down 1 spot to number 10. Hurricanes down 1 spot to number 11, still yet to score a power play goal. At 12, the Trojans hold their spot despite the worst penalty kill in the group at 46% and the worst face-off percentage in the group at 44%. And Bellissimo hold at number 13 with the lowest goals for per game in the group at a 1.63, the highest goals against per game at a 4.88. They have yet to score a power play goal, but they have the top face-off percentage in the league at a 54.55. Sometimes the numbers just don't make a ton of sense, or, teams aren't able to fully capitalize on their success in one area of the gameplay and be able to make that, translate to the rest of the gameplay. Moving on to tier number 4, it is our core division here in the ECL. Let's start off in group number 1. Moving up 1 spot into top position, Dynamo HC with the lowest goals against average in the group at a 1.86. The top face-off percentage in the group at 59%. The 2 key players for them this week, we have to shout out Harton, who is now 5th in scoring with 44 points and is top 6 in goals. And, speaking of goals, stopping them a lot has been Callum, who is now 3rd in save percentage with an 8.84. So keep an eye out on Callum as well. I have a feeling we'll be mentioning him quite a bit next week. In 2nd place, Hiljanen Pikkukaupunki, moving up 2 spots. Key players for them, Ota Hupio, with a big week now, top 6 in goals with 21. And Larde slips a little bit in save percentage, was 1st, with a 920 after week 1, now at an 863. But again, still a very stellar number, and a goaltender we'll be mentioning throughout the season. In third place, Taskubilis down 2 spots. They do have the best penalty kill in the group at a 93.75%. Another team which, sees their starting goaltender slip up a little bit with Lunas, but still at an 84.81 save percentage. Another goalie we'll be mentioning all season long. You have the Prowlers moving up 1 spot into 4th place with the best goals for per game number in the group at a 4.25, and the best power play percentage in the group at nearly 31%. Their key player has to be Hanu, tied for 8th in scoring with 40 points and is tied for 3rd in goals with 23 on the season. That'll be a name to keep an eye out on as well as we head into week number 3. Team number 5, up 3 spots, the Cape Town Kings. Key to their success, fewest penalty minutes in the group. The Gilly Gang hold at number 6. On the flip side, they've taken the most penalty minutes in the group, but they also have the most hits as well, so maybe it's not surprising. The 2 key players for them, we have Vide, their leading goal scorer, stays 2nd in goals in the league with 27, had 18 at the end of week number 1, and Disartaya is 1st in defensive goal scoring with 29 points, was 1st last week as well with 23. So just 6 points this week, but not too bad at all for the Gilly Gang to maintain their position. In 7th, Kopibuti, down 3 spots, the worst penalty kill in the group at 58%, so it's quite obvious what they need to work on. And in team number 8, Philippi Palit, down 1 spot. Fewest hits in the group, so not a physical team. If you're not going to be a physical team, you got to find success in other ways, but currently would be in a playoff spot. Team number 9, holding in their position, we have Raiders HC. Scrubs holding in 10th position, the only team in the group without a power play goal. And then at the bottom, holding 11th place, still without a win through 10 games, it's Ingolstadt. The worst goals for per game in the group at a 1.3. The worst goals against per game in the group at a 5.3. And the worst face-off percentage in the group at 35%. You don't have to look too hard to see where they have been struggling. Moving on to group number 2, Maito Yuna holds as the top team in the group. The key players for them, Toimi Tatula, 4th in defensive scoring with 20 points in 10 games. And then in goal, Feki Nambo, I believe, 5th in save percentage with an 880 through 4 games. We'll see, of course, what that games played split happens to be throughout week number 3. In 2nd place, also holding their position, the Cost Wolves, the highest goals for per game in the group at 5.0. The 2 key players for them this week, Freeze Skillers, 1st in scoring now in the league with 52 points and 1st in goals with 34 in just 14 games. And of course, Marul there as well is tied for 2nd in scoring with 47 points and is 2nd in the league in assists with 33. So another big week for the Cost Wolves. This is looking like a pretty stacked group because Nameless also hold at 3rd. They have the lowest goals against average in the group with just 2. Key player for them yet again, it's old Jimmy No Hands. Old Jimmy No Hands. Tied for 6th in goals with 21. Was 4th last week with 15. So only 6 goals this week, but still a very impressive performance there as the top 3 of the group all hold their positions. We have Salazura moving up 1 spot into 4th position, despite not scoring a power play goal yet this season. We'll see if that's able to change. Not having a chance even better. Number 5, down 1 spot. It is Armion Curry. Perfect penalty kill on the season with the fewest penalty minutes in the group and the highest face-off percentage in the group at 59%. So definitely a recipe for success. We'll see if they're able to move their way up in subsequent weeks. In 6th, we have Nordic Nosebleed up 2 spots this week, fresh off of the top power play in the group at 33%. And key player for them in goal, Jean Claus, or Jean Claus. It is Jean Claus, though. Just makes me think of Van Dam. Second in save percentage through 4 games played with an 893 save percentage. Again, we'll see what goaltender gets the majority of the starts based on availability or what the team just decides to do. In 7th place, down 1 spot this week, the Reckless Panthers, worst penalty kill in the group at 57%. They're going to have to work on that. They have also taken the most penalty minutes in the group as well. So very obvious path for what they need to work on heading into week 3. And then in 8th, HC Lisko, down 1 spot this week. Key player for them has to be Verti, who is 5th in defensive scoring with 19 points, was 4th last week with 15, so just a 4-point week there. The teams on the outside looking in, we have Yervan Leckie up 2 spots to number 9, despite, of course, not having a power play goal yet. They do have a perfect penalty kill and are, I believe, one of the more physical, actually the fewest hits in the league. A typo there. Yeah, fewest hits in the group with just 63. But as a result, hey, they're staying out of the box and have a perfect PK. At number 10, HC Ohiveto holding their spot despite having the worst goals against average in the group at a 5.3 and the worst face-off percentage in the group at 40% while being the most physical team in the league. So interesting start for their season. Obvious what they have to work on. In 11th, it is Wildcats Esports, moving up 1 spot despite still not having a regulation win and dropping 3 spots into last place here. It is Nürnberg Niedhog, worst goals for in the group at a 1.38. You gotta find ways to generate offense. It is as simple as that. Group number 3. We start off with the Silver Sword Griffins yet again, holding their position despite having the worst penalty kill in the group at 62.5%. But their key players still doing well. You have Latminks at the top, tied for 8th in scoring, technically down from 4th in week 1, is also top 10 in goals, but was 3rd at the end of week number 1. You also have Kriteris, who was 2nd in defensive scoring, or is 2nd in defensive scoring, was 5th, so you have that improvement there. And then Martin Silens drops a little bit, was 3rd in scoring, is now tied for 4th. So you can see some players, a little bit of momentum, losing it, gaining it. It does allow those Silver Sword to keep their position in 1st at the top of group number 3. Panic on Ice moves up 2 spots to number 2 in the group with the best goals for per game at a 5.5 and the fewest goals against. They also have the top power play percentage in the group at 42% and the top penalty kill in the group at 92%. Key players for them, somebody else with elite experience, the captain of the team. It is Pananen, who is tied for 2nd in league scoring with 47 points and tied for 3rd in goals with 23. You also have Moika, who is 4th in scoring with 46 points and leads the league in assists. Hell of a name. Oh my God, I'm so bad. Tied for 6th in goals with 21. And then in goal, top save percentage in the league. Granted, just 2 games, but Yambo is there with a 903. Again, we'll see what happens in week number 3. In 3rd place, up 2 positions, Pulp Odyssey, so a good week for them. Down 1 position, Tarun Gasalit. Despite having the best face-off percentage in the league at 54%, a couple of key players for them. Their captain, Poyarzinho, currently 7th in scoring with 42 points, is top 10 in goals as well. Yotaya Lebi is tied for 8th in scoring with 40 points, and Nitivirta is 3rd in defensive scoring and 1st in goals amongst defenders with 8, as well as leading the league in blocks. So they do drop a spot this week, but definitely some bright spots throughout the Tarun Gasalit lineup. In 5th place, down 3 positions, is Kella Goldcard, HC. Honestly, I mean, it's kind of obvious what to look at. Worst face-off percentage in the group at 43%. But key players for them, Levi Yopo, tied for 3rd in goals with 23, but was 1st with 19 at the end of week 1. So just 4 goals this week, and they drop out of the top 10 in scoring despite being 1st at the end of week 1. Clear-cut issue for them. And as well, Rome Urali Mies, I believe, a drop in production there, was tied for 1st in scoring. So with 31 points, only 7 points this week. If those top two can get going again, expect to see Kella Gold Card rise in the standings. But again, a lot of teams working on things as we progress. In sixth, we have HC Last Resort. They dropped 2 spots this week, but still, I mean, half their games they've won in regulation. It's not bad. You have in seventh the Back Check Boys, up 4 positions, with the fewest PIMs in the group and the fewest hits. Probably a correlation there. And then at number 8, down 2 spots, Mies Kassat, with the worst goals against average in the group at a 4.75. They do have the most hits, which is nice, including Kaitsu, who still leads the league in hits. On the outside looking in, Rodis down 2 spots in the 9th with the worst power play percentage in the league at 8.33%. The most PIMs taken in the league, with Puhastelia, I believe, having the most PIMs in the league. Yargani on defense, though, with the most interceptions. So there's bright spots, but got to stay out of the box. You have the Kullerbads Warriors down 1 spot to number 10, and then also down 1 spot, the Brunker Bulldogs with the fewest goals for in the league at a 1.4 in the group, I should say. And then Kvarting as well needs better discipline. Most PIMs with 18 on that particular team. So you can see a lot of teams that if they can just clean up the discipline side of things, they're going to be looking better. As we move to group number 4, Tiki Taka holding at number 1 with the best face-off percentage in the group at 54%. They do have the fewest hits, but it's not like they're completely opposed to physical play. Key players for them, Nikors is their second in defensive goals with 7. You also have Ratamersu, who dips a little bit, was 5th in scoring. Nasu dips a little bit, was 6th in scoring. And Yus dips, was 3rd in defensive scoring. Despite those numbers being down, they maintain top position in Group 4. That is tremendous news for them. However, Rusty X waking up a little bit and hot on their tail, perhaps. Up 5 spots this week are the group's most physical team. In third, holding their position, the Carmadillos, the best power play in the group at 54.55%. In Stimpeli, tied for 8th in scoring with 40 points. So, again, certainly a player to keep an eye out on. And Ansku is not that much further behind. Team number 4, up 1 spot this week. It is Sopranos, with the best goals against average in the group at just a 1.6. However, they do have the worst power play in the group at an 8.33%. Fewest PIMs in the group, though. Worst face-off percentage in the group at 40%. On the positive side, you have Mirali, who is 3rd in defensive goals with 6. And Red Hawk in goal, 4th in save percentage, and is 1st in shutouts in the league with 3. So a lot of positives, a lot of negatives for Sopranos so far. But again, they are up into 4th place. In 5th, Skyfall drop 3 spots this week. They do have the most goals for per game at a 4.43, but they also have the most penalty minutes in the group. Key player for them this week has to be, tremendous name, Stu Rules, 6th in scoring with 43 points. So far, Stu, you're living up to that handle. In 6th place, Latunakat holds their position, while the Solution drop 3 points down to 7th. They are tied for 1st, though, with the best penalty kill in the group at 91.67%. In 8th place, EHC Ulti Esports up 1 spot to number 8, in spite of the worst penalty kill in the group at 61%. Got to work on that. Vita Academy at number 9, down 1 spot. They have the worst goals for per game in the group at a 1.58, while at 10, holding that position, is EV Duisburg, with the worst goals against average in the group at a 5.3. Dompa HC yet to begin their season, but they are going to begin, is the word here for week number 3. And that brings us to at least an end there, looking at the core division. You can see similar stories, similar patterns throughout these tiers in terms of, okay, we're 2 weeks in. Now we know what certain teams need to work on, what players are, continuing to ride the hot hand of a hot start versus maybe cooling off a little bit, Week 3 is the very interesting one because we really start to get a better look at what the playoff picture might be and what the top players might happen to be, especially in terms of scoring, the starting goaltenders. So intrigued to see what it ends up looking like here, even this far down the ladder. And moving on to our final league of this edition of the Wraparound, it is, of course, our entry-level tier, the Neo Division, and we'll kick things off, of course, at the top. In group number 1, still led by Ice Raptors with the best goals against in the group at a 1.6, the perfect penalty kill as well. And, of course, in goal, we shouted them out in week number 1. We have to do so as well this week. Their goaltender, Tubu, who is third in save percentage, with a 917 through the 5 games, had a 920 last week and was first in the league. So only 5 games played for the Raptors thus far, but they are at the top. Nordic Knights move up 1 spot to take over second place, have yet to score a power play goal, but they have a perfect penalty kill on the season thus far. Brothers in Gaming, a big boost this week, up 7 spots to number 3 with the most goals for per game in the group with 6, led by Mesrine Yak, if I am not mistaken, who is tied for 6th in goals with 21 in 6 games. If you prefer Jack, let me know, of course. But Brothers in Gaming, big week for them. In 4th, Selakunta holding their position. Key player for them was Simpa, who does drop in scoring and interceptions, was first in scoring amongst defenders in week 1 and had the most interceptions, no longer holding that particular title, but again, the team still able to hold their position at number 4. At number 5, also holding their position, Davy Mihet, the top power play in the group at 60%. Key player for them, Flameri, drops, but they're still able to hold their position despite that defensive, offensive contribution falling off a little bit. And then, of course, in 6th, you have Hawks HC down 4 positions this week. Rough week for them. On the bright side, they do still have the top face-off percentage in the group at 58%. The Nordic Falcons hold their spot at number 7, also yet to score a power play goal, and they have the worst penalty kill in the group at 62.5%. While having the most hits. So obviously you're playing with a little bit of fire in terms of that physicality and not being able to stay out of the box. The Czechoslovakia Ravens drop 2 spots down to number 8. They have taken the most penalties in the group. Obviously they need to find that discipline. The worn out Wisemen hold at number 9, yet to score a power play goal, yet to have a PK, but they have only played 2 games, of course. And then the Ice Huskies down 2 spots to number 10, and I hate to do this to y'all, but I got to do it. The worst goals for in the group at a 1.71. The worst goals against average in the group at a 5.57. The worst face-off percentage in the group at 38%. On the bright side, they still have Begic, who has the most blocks in the league still. But Sizia at the top drops, was first in defenseman for goals with 5, but others have caught up to him. So rough start to the season for the first 2 weeks for the Ice Huskies. Moving on to group number 2 and moving up 1 spot to claim that top spot is Salase Uru. If I'm not mistaken, I guarantee I'm mistaken, but hey, I tried. The most goals for in the group at a 5.25, a perfect penalty kill, the most physical team in the group, and they are led by 2 key players. Nikesuki is up there, tied for 3rd in scoring, up from 5th last week, and down from 4th in goals to 6th, but still obviously strong numbers. And then Osku is tied for 1st in defensive goals with 6. So it's certainly a team to keep an eye out on as they claim the top spot. The Voittamaton Vikings down 1 spot into 2nd. They are tied for the lowest goals against average in the group with 3. Key players for them, Limas, who is tied for 9th in scoring, but down from 3rd last week, from 24 points now on 40. Was 3rd in goals with 26, or is 3rd in goals now with 26, was tied for 1st with 16. So, case in point, good week, still very productive, still scoring goals, but has some pretty tough competition around the league. And then Reti Sose, most interceptions in the league and 35 points as well. So for Voittamaton, still looking pretty good. They have some competition in the group, though. You have in third place HC Left Academy, up 2 spots. Great discipline, fewest PIMs in the group, and they have the top face-off percentage at 58.72. The Hanover Indians Esports squad up 3 spots this week. They are tied for the lowest goals against average in the group with 3, led by key player and goaltender Knut Flusen. Close enough. I just want to call him not losing because he hasn't been. First in the league in save percentage with a .952 over the 2 games that he played. Absolutely outstanding performance. At number 5, up 3 positions this week, it is Beastie Boys, yet to score a power play goal, but have a perfect penalty kill. Not bad. And at number 6, holding their position, Lassen Lampat, with the top power play percentage in the group at 50%. They have, however, taken the most penalties. They are going to have to, figure that out as they move on. You have Legion HC down 4 spots this week to number 7. Worst face-off percentage in the group at 36%. They got to figure that out. And then Karit at the bottom of the group, down 4 spots, with the lowest goals for per game in the group at 2.5 and the highest goals against average in the group at 5.5. A keen eye would know we did have 9 teams here. HC Inter Warriors will not compete this season. They are off of the standings board. They will not be the only one. In group number 3, top of the board, up 7 spots this week. After missing week number 1, it's Red Bull Munich Academy with the top goals for in the league at 7.7, the best goals against average at a 2.2. And we can talk about pretty much everybody on this team. You have Sauron, who is now 2nd in scoring with 50 points in 10 games, man. 4th in goals with 25. Honer is tied for 3rd in scoring with 48 points and top 6 for goals with 21. Kimi's 10th in goals with 20. eBay Sikeo, something like that. Close enough. 1st in defensive scoring with 31 points. And then goaltender Windows is 1st in shutouts with 3. Red Bull Munich Academy missed week 1, made a statement in week number 2. Holding their position in 2nd place, it is the Nordic Macabre. And in 3rd, down 2 spots from number 1, the Vicksbury Puck Rats, led by Thunderfrosted as a goal scorer who is top 6 with 21 on the season, 32 points in 8 games. You have the 2nd Nordic Knights squad down 1 spot to number 4, led by 2 players that did kind of drop off a little bit, and as a result, I think you could see it drop off like in general with the standings. But Marimer was tied for top 3 in scoring, and then Vanica in goal was 3rd in save percentage, both dropping a little bit. Nordic Knights, though, still in a decent position. The Typhon Veterans find themselves in 5th, down 1 position. They do have the top power play percentage in the group at 60%, but they have the worst face-off percentage in the group at 27%. Rough, to say the least. And in 6th, down 1 position, HC Total Chaos with the, unfortunately, worst power play in the group. Technically, it has gotten better. Another game is filed in since I put this information on a sheet. Their penalty kill has also improved since I last looked. And I do still believe they have the top face-off percentage in the group as well. So, interesting run for them. Just outside, looking in, the Stockholm Vikings are up 2 positions. So, an okay start for them. The Red Falcons down 2 positions into 8th place. They do have the most hits in the group, but as a result, the most penalties, as showcased by Asevoa, who has the most PIMs in the group, or most PIMs in the league, I should say, but is tied for 1st in blocks. And then, of course, we called him out last week. Suomibo is still leading the league in total hits. So live by the physicality, die by the physicality. In number 9, Utilan Palasora, up 1 spot. The lowest goals for in the group at a 2.5. The worst goals against average at a 5.75. They've yet to have a power play chance, but they do have a perfect PK. This is another group of the team that dropped out. Nemesnovo will not compete this season. Group number 4, send in the Clowns. Clowns on ice take over the top spot, moving up 1 position with the top goals for in the group at 7.5 and the lowest goals against at a 1.83. They also have the top face-off percentage in the group at 60%, led by Patty, who is 9th in scoring with 40 points in 6 games. Incredibly impressive. HC Wolves down 1 spot from that top position. They do have the lowest power play in the group at just over 9% while having a perfect penalty kill. Key player for them is still in goal. It is Spetsnaz, who is 4th in save percentage, was 2nd. Obviously, though, more of a backup role. We'll see how much we continue to cover them. But certainly for the Wolves, looking like goaltending isn't going to be a problem this season. The Twisted Clowns hold at 3rd position. Key players for them, we have Itna, who is 8th in scoring with 43 points, was 3rd last week with 24, so a big week. The goal pace did drop off a little bit, though. And then in goal, you have Lipsy, their starter, who is 5th in save percentage with an 8.627. So decent look for the Twisted Clowns. Not the top clowns of the group, though. You have Mocha HC up by 3 to number 4, so a good week for them. The Flying Elbows drop by 1, despite having the top power play percentage in the group at 66%. They do have the fewest hits in the group, and you could argue, as a result, the fewest amount of penalty minutes in the group. So a team with some discipline there. Swiss Wolves Esports hold at number 6. They are tied the lowest face-off percentage in the group at 45%. Got to work on that a little bit. Marshalls down 2 spots to number 7. Wildcats Esports 2 up 2 spots from number 8, but have yet to have a power play chance in their 4 games. Strength of the Pack hold at number 9. They do have the most hits in the group, and as a result, the most penalty minutes in the group. And then Northern Lighters down 2 spots to number 10. It has been a rough start through 4 games for them. They have the lowest goals for in the group with 2, the highest goals against in the group at an 8.75, the worst penalty kill in the group at 47%, and they are tied for the lowest face-off win percentage in the group at 45%. And last but not least, everybody, it is group number 5 of our Neo Division, starting off with Casanovat moving up 4 spots to take that top spot in the group with the best goals against average in group 5 at a 2.2. They also have the top face-off percentage at 60%. Key players for them, the 2 different Ronkus. You have Ronku 10, who is tied for 3rd in scoring with 48 points, while you have Ronku 83-17, tied for 2nd in D scoring with 29 points. And Stoney as well, if I'm not mistaken, 7th in scoring with 46 points, 2nd in goals with 33, and tied for 1st in assists with 30. So Casanovat off to a very good start. The Fallen Rangers in number 2, dropping down from the top spot. They do still have an absurd 9.38 goals for per game, with the top power play at 51.85% and a perfect penalty kill. Key players for them, we are yet again looking at Sebco, 1st in scoring in the league with 66 points, was 1st last week with 34, so do the math, and 1st in goals in the league with 36, maintaining that league-leading pace. They had 16 goals at the end of week 1, and they are tied for 1st in assists with 30. Unbelievable. You have Zaki there as well, 6th in scoring with 47 points, down from being in 2nd place, but still not bad. And then 5th in goals as well for Zaki. They were in 3rd at the end of week 1. And then Predator on the defensive side was tied for 1st in defensive scoring with 10 points, and is now 3rd in defensive scoring with 23. Still a really strong performance for a defender with 23 points in 4 games. Pretty ridiculous. In 3rd place, up 4 spots, Veliaskunta HC. Very good start for them, despite not having a power play opportunity. Key player for them is Maltsevi, who is 4th in defensive scoring thus far with 18 points and tied for 1st in defensive goals with 6. We move on to team number 4. The boys are back. They did drop down 2 spots this week, while the Ice Hockey Net Yetis dropped 1 spot. Good news for them, though. Fewest PIMs in the group. Team number 6, the Valtakunen Vihatulmats, up 3 spots despite the worst penalty kill in the league at 45% and the worst face-off percentage, I should have said, in the group, and face-off percentage in the group at 38%. Key player for them, though, is in goal, Monbezu. If I am not mistaken, I that's just my default go-to. You guys know this at this point. 2 games played, but a strong start. Actually, in fairness, it was 1 game played last I looked, and the numbers were good. Numbers are still decent here, though. Intrigued to see who gets the majority of the starts there. Team number 7, Sekatuli, down 4 spots with the lowest goals for per game in the group, the lowest power play percentage in the group, the most hits in the group, but also the most PIMs as a result. And then team number 8, Karhukisat, hold their position with the worst goals against average in the group, just barely over Sekatuli. And of course, we had one more team, DNF, the Czech-Slovak combination, whose name I had a hell of a time trying to pronounce last week. But that is it, everybody, as we have taken a look through all 5 tiers. Very intrigued, again, always by feedback for this. Am I going into too much detail? Let me know. Are these too long to consume? Probably in this world of short-form content. But hey, I do have fun looking around and seeing how everything is playing out. So again, make sure to tune in to SportsGamer every Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, 1945 CET start time, 1:45 p.m. Eastern for my fellow North Americans. Again, if you are a licensed player holder and want to attend our live Elite Final at Assembly in February, make sure to go to sportsgamer.gg for all of that information. Make sure to share your clips using the hashtag ECL25clips on social media. And I think I covered everything, and if I didn't, we'll put up a graphic for it or run a video for it. Until next time, everybody, thank you very much for watching the Wraparound. My name is Tugi, and I'll see you next time.
Minkä päällä lakukastike maistuu parhaalta? Ei voi tietää, ellei kokeile. Kouvolan lakritsi. Minkä päällä lakukastike maistuu parhaalta? Ei voi tietää, ellei kokeile. Kouvolan lakritsi.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to SportsGamer. My name is Tugi, and this is going to be some continued coverage of our ECL Elite Division as we get ready to kick off. Can you believe it already? Week number 3 in this season. And we have 2 big matchups with a couple of different implications as far as the standings and where these teams currently are as we kick things off with Voittamaton taking on EXEN, and a little bit later on another very interesting matchup, Heimo versus Tohtorit. So again, a big thank you for joining us here on this Monday as we kick things off once again for another week. And I mentioned the 2 matchups that we have. I mentioned the standings implications already. And well, hey, in case me talking about standings and player stats wasn't enough for 90 some odd minutes, let's do a little bit more. Let's take a look here at the standings at the beginning of this 3rd week. As you see, Parasite still top of the board, of course, at a perfect 8-0. Voittamaton not too far behind, though. 8 wins out of their 10 games as they get ready to take on EXEN. And it was mentioned in the wraparound, a bit of a slow start for EXEN compared to the expectations that were placed upon them heading into this season. It's a big matchup for them. 2 of those 4 losses were to Parasite last week. And now you have the situation where you're going up against the second-ranked team in the standings in Voittamaton. So we'll see what happens for EXEN in this matchup. And again, as mentioned a little bit later on, it is Heimo taking on Tohtorit, who find themselves in 3rd place currently. And of course, the elephant in the room, as far as the standings are concerned, it is worth talking about ever so briefly. The league disciplinary action towards Unwanted will have them finish in 16th. So the relegation scene has changed quite a bit. 16th place normally automatically relegated for the teams towards the bottom of the standings. Again, top 8 teams make the playoffs. It's the bottom 4 spots that you want to avoid. And now all of a sudden, there's that little bit of extra wiggle room for those teams on that lower half of the side of the standings to potentially avoid relegation. 13, 14, and 15 will still end up playing a relegation series against a top Pro Division team. But again, they have a little bit more room to breathe now after that decision. Again, you can check out the website, sportsgamer.gg, for the information on the actions that were taken. But with that, we will look ahead towards the matchup that we have here. Voittamaton taking on EXEN, as you get a look at the numbers for these 2 clubs so far at this stage of the season through 10 games each. Incredibly solid goal differential for Voittamaton to kick off this season. They have a superior power play percentage over EXEN and the penalty kill as well. And of course, for EXEN, a pretty big surprise in a lot of ways to have a negative goal differential at this stage of the season. And as we get a look at the lineups and then subsequently the stats, we'll be able to kind of decipher how they are in this spot. But you do see the lineups for these 2 clubs here in this regular season matchup. Again, 2 games head-to-head here coming up. It is Tempinen, Potslav, and Eki, the front 3 for Voittamaton, with Jamal the Man and Flyer Kungan on defense, and Hanselinho between the pipes. And on the other side, Landstrom, Pikari, and Moja, the front 3 for EXEN, with Domi and Wenger on defense, and Kazu manning the blue paint. Let's take a closer look here at some of these head-to-heads, though. It is Potslav and Pikari to kick us off here. And you get a look at the numbers. Again, Potslav, well over a point per game, 55% on the draw, very solid numbers. Whereas for Pikari, I mean, you're talking about really a top-tier player in both the 6s side of things and the 1v1 side of things as well. So only 8 points in 10 games. Just shows that something hasn't quite been clicking with this EXEN lineup so far this season. And this is a very tough matchup for them when you are in this situation of needing to figure things out and you do not have an easy opponent to try and figure those things out. You know, maybe that extra added pressure of playing a top team will help, but in theory, it makes it a little bit more difficult. Let's take a look at the wingers here next. Again, it is Tempinen and Eki scoring off against Landstrom and Moja. Tempinen and Eki, again, numbers both looking solid, of course. And the physicality of Tempinen on that left wing side, definitely a factor as well. On the other side with Landstrom and Moja, again, the numbers not quite what you would expect. Talked about it in the wraparound as well. Moja went from being top 10 in goals and in scoring in week number 1 to being outside of the top 10 in both of those stats at the end of week 2. Of course, he is still leading all forwards in points for EXEN, but it just goes to show that that production drops off a little bit, and all of a sudden, man, you're in that much worse of a situation. Going to be a common theme as we look through their lineup to say, okay, here's what's not quite going well. The defensive matchup, we have Jamal the Man and Flyer Kungan on defense for Voittamaton, and Domi and Wenger on the other side. Of course, again, for Voittamaton, 8 wins in 10. The points looking good with that goal differential that they have. On the other side for Domi and Wenger, these are 2 guys who have been stalwarts on championship level defenses now on this same unit together. And, you know, Domi over a point per game. Wenger's not too far off. I mentioned, too, in the wraparound, Domi with the top passing percentage in the league right now. Defensively, it feels like from their offensive contributions, they're right where they want to be. But then, you know, defensively, what's that system looking like? Are they able to kind of play the style that they want to play? So far, it feels like the answer's been no, given where they are in the standings. But again, maybe this is the matchup that they need to kind of get their feet under them and get that momentum back as they try to push for a playoff spot. And of course, for the goaltenders, our final head-to-head, it is Hanselinho against Kazu. And for Hansu so far this season, he has been exactly what you would expect. He has been one of the best goaltenders in this division for a very long time. You talk about some of those top goaltenders, whether it be Kape, who of course is since retired, or someone like Nikke, still an active player at this point. Hanselinho is in that mix as one of the best goaltenders that this division has ever seen. On the other side with Kazu, he at times has played like one of, if not the best goaltenders in this division. But then other times, we do see some numbers like this, just a 75% save percentage on the season so far. And that consistency or inconsistency, is that down to the team in front of him? Is it him? I mean, we'll get a little bit of a spotlight on that in this particular matchup, as again, there's a lot of pressure on EXEN to get their season back under control. But again, very, very tough matchup for them to do so. So again, that is our first matchup. Voittamaton and EXEN coming up in just a few moments. And again, a little bit later on, Heimo taking on Tohtorit as we, again, kick off week 3 action. Already week number 3 here for the Elite Division. Of course, we are here every Monday and Wednesday, 1945 CET start time, 1:45 p.m. Eastern. For those of you on the North American side of things with Elite Division action, and then, of course, at the same time, every Tuesday for our Pro Division Spotlight. More on that throughout this broadcast. As you see, the teams are just about ready to go. Big-time matchup here as Voittamaton look to keep pace with Parasite, competing for that top spot in the Elite Division. EXEN, can they find a way to rack up some points here and get back into the conversation? Will the rough start to the season for them continue as we approach the halfway point of this 30-game season? Chance for EXEN early on the backhand, and a save for Hanselinho. Got to look there at the physicality early on. Of course, golden helmet wearer as well is Moja as team leading scorer. You see Eki, far left side. The honor for Voittamaton as they are in. Well, they're not poked away. Never mind. I mean, it looked good. I mean, the quick little out. Something that EXEN are going to have to be wary of throughout this series. Eki gets the puck poked away by Wenger at the last moment. That's the danger of a team like Voittamaton as they find ways to get those secondary opportunities. Active sticks. You saw one there from Flyer Kungen to get it back. That one rings off the post and all the way back out of the zone. Good look for Landstrom, and maybe a little bit more willingness from EXEN to just fire pucks on net, try to make something happen. Sent down into the corner. Only Flyer Kungen's there. Good movement here. Flyer Kungen working his way through. A short side attempt. Kazu's there to take it away. I've had the honor of calling a lot of Flyer Kungen's games over these past near 5 years now. Again, went from one of the most defensively solid two-way forwards in this league, one of the best forecheckers. The entirety of the Elite Division, as Hanselinho has to cover that one. Bounces off the back wall. Of course, now Flyer Kungen, one of the Premier defenders, obviously some of those forechecking skills translating well. All the man as well. Another one transitioning from forward to defense here. It just gives Voittamaton a lot of options at all times. Every single player on the ice, incredibly dangerous for them from an offensive standpoint. They have the puck here again. Damping him for Potzloff. Not able to get that pass back. Lundstrom. A little bit of trouble. Wenger. Feed him the puck once again. Poked away. Here's Domi stepping up. Gets a shot on. It's that protective skating there. Here's Eki. Tried to feed to the middle. Broken up. This one will go all the way back. Grab some stamina. Voittamaton still looking for their first shot on goal here in this game. And that one will not count as that. It was a pass. Well, EXEN looking to get going, and there's Eki again. Playing the passing lane as he looks to recover. Potzloff. Tempinin down low. Domi's able to take it away. Solid start defensively for EXEN. They are offside here, though, with 6 minutes to go in the first period. Another big hit there. Silver shutdown on display from Wenger. Both defensemen for EXEN rocking gold. Stick them up for those extra poke checks. It's likely to take penalties as well, or at least so they claim. As Moja also rings the outside of the post on the glove side. Second time as a deflection bid. It's off to the corner. Great individual effort there from Peekery. Strong start to the game for EXEN, but can they find the back of the net? Kungan able to recover the puck here. Nearly picked off by Moja. Unlucky there. Opens up space for Potzloff. He's taken down. And it will be a 2-minute penalty for tripping on Wenger. No penalty shot. And really, that all started down the other way with Moja not getting an interception that he really should have had. As a result, Wenger to the box. And a power play for Voittamaton as they look. Finally get some sustained offense here. Just the one shot. Potzloff wins the draw. Jamal to Eki. Circles back. Jamal again knocked loose. Eki's there to keep it alive. Kungan down low. Gets it back. A jam play. Azu was there. First very dangerous look for Voittamaton in this game. Again, on the power play, letting Kungan go to work. Below the goal line, never a bad idea. One-timer, swing and a miss from Tempinin. Puck unable to be cleared, though. Bit of friendly fire, and second time, they do get it out. Seconds left on the man advantage. EXEN stifling them at the blue line. Now they give up the zone. Jamal to Eki. Across, broken up. Good look for Potzloff. As Peekery is able to clear this one out, and we are back. 5-on-5, unfortunately. Worst time for EXEN as that goes for icing. In the final minute. Successful kill for EXEN. Still in a little bit of trouble. They do win this face-off. Yeah, Wenger stepping up. Tried to go back to the forehand. A shot for Peekery denied. Final 5 now. Domi. Deflected for Peekery. The third post hit of the period. But Voittamaton survive. And a goalless first period. But a very promising start for EXEN. We'll get a look here at some of the numbers. Again, time on attack in EXEN's favor, despite the power play. The shots very, very close as well. See what happens here as the action gets back underway for this second period. As always, ECL action brought to you by our friends at Kovalan Lakritsi. It is game number 1, a regular season matchup between Voittamaton and EXEN. As mentioned a little bit later on, Heimo taking on Tohtorit. We look for the first goal here in this contest. Wenger's shot blocked. Lundstrom to the forehand. Mosia finds Domi at the point. Tried to go back to him. Defensive pressure a bit too much. Errant pass there from Domi after winning it back. Gives Voittamaton the chance here on the break-in, but another good job by EXEN. Nearly a mistake on the breakout. They got to be careful. Wouldn't have been the first turnover in that situation. Empinin for Eki, knocked loose. There's Empinin again to win it back. Sent to that open corner. 5 minutes gone. Neither team able to get much of an offensive foothold here so far. A lot of quick poke checks and a stick lift there. Catches Fender in the gloves, and it will be Lundstrom. Heading to the box, Voittamaton will get a power play opportunity of their own. Of their own, I should say, for the second time here. Self-inflicted wounds, perhaps. For EXEN, we'll see if they end up being costly. Lundstrom to the box. Quick movement here from Voittamaton, and a great pass for Potzloff. Just missed. Eki's one-timer blocked. Space for Mosia, and wisely sends it all the way down. As Eki gains control of the line, the feed doesn't go. Cleared out again. Just like that, 30 seconds left on the man advantage. Now Domi. And to gather some speed here. Maybe looking to make something happen short-handed. Perhaps a bit ill-advised. We are back to 5-on-5. A little bit of trouble for Kazu. Good news for EXEN. 2 penalties, but 2 successful kill attempts. Really need to do themselves a favor for the rest of this game and stay out of the box. Potzloff and Eki working down that right-hand side. Empinin now. Only a good pick off. Lundstrom has space. Can Jamal catch up? No, he can't, but Hanselinho shuts down the short side. Good save, and that is the problem for EXEN. You get opportunities. You still, again, have one of the best goaltenders in the world to try to sneak a puck past. So do a good job, again, of patrolling their own blue line. Holding Voittamaton, second in the standings, entering play today. And holding them to just 2 shots on goal beyond the midway point of this season. Space for Picari after avoiding the hit. Goes in front, and again, Hanselinho's there. Not ultimately the best shot. It could have been on net. It seemed to stifle him on the pickup. Still forcing a save. Off face-off. Shot. Handcuffs onto a little bit. Plays it out. As Eki does find Tempinen on the outlet. Shut down by Wenger. Václav. As Jamal for Eki at the point. Held to the perimeter still. Flyer Kungen off the skates of Tempinen. Trying to recover here is Václav. Has Tempinen shot. Looking for Eki in front. Kept out by Kazu. Václav kicked it a bit too far. Domi was there. Big burst of speed down the other way. Defense able to recover. Flyer Kungen for Tempinen. Poke check by Václav to break it up. Just 2.5 minutes left here in the second period. As Eki takes the hit from Landstrom, Flyer Kungen's there. Václav back for Eki. Good movement. Can they find the space they're looking for? Yes, they can, but what a glove save by Kazu. His biggest save of the game and one of his biggest saves of the season. Flexion bid off to the side. I'm sure we'll get another look at that Kazu save sooner rather than later. As Václav has it poked away upon recovery. Wenger for Landstrom only has 2 seconds. The shot from Pikari is blocked. And we are still without a goal in this game. Not for a lack of trying now from both sides. Come down to this third period. See if either team can get the regulation win and 3 points as a result. Big save from Hanselino there. A little bit tragic of EA's replay system to not have that Kazu save be highlighted. Looks like we potentially get a look at it again. As that was the shot there. Kind of handcuffed him a little bit on the release. This was the close to breakaway save. Ball was back. Put in a good shift. So EXEN doubling them up in shots. Not surprising to see Voittamaton with the time on attack advantage with the 2 power plays that they've had thus far. As the third period gets underway. 3 big points up for grabs if either side can win this game in regulation. Go to overtime. It'll be 1 point apiece, and they'll battle for a second point. And for Voittamaton, looking to keep pace with Parasite. At the top of the standings, that one knocked loose. Domi able to recover. EXEN looking to shrug off a rough start to the first 2 weeks of their season to get back simply into a playoff position, let alone towards the top of the standing. Good forechecking pressure from Mozia there, but EXEN not able to maintain possession. Eki can't get the pickup. Landstrom takes a big hit from Flyer Kungen. Kungen over the line here. Tempinen back for Eki. Forces play defense as well. At this level. Domi. Back to the forehand. Pass for Wenger off the mark. Both teams have had some trouble with these passes and some pickups. As that one goes in. The force across for Tempinen off the skate of the defender in front. And you kind of had the feeling that it might be a broken play, a fluky play that results in the first goal. And indeed it is. Or Voittamaton right off the skate of the defender. Just so unlucky. As he was playing it so well to shut down that cross-crease attempt. He read it. But there is the opening goal. As Tempinen gets his team leading 16th of the season. And EXEN now. A little bit of pressure. A little bit of added pressure, perhaps, as Lundstrom able to get that one through. Domi again having trouble with it going off of his skates. Unlucky start to this third period. Otzloff for Flyer Kunga. Now Jamal the man. Voittamaton would love his second goal here to get some insurance. That shot saved by Kazu. And he'll be forced to cover. Lukey goal or not. Voittamaton have the 1-0 lead here. Halfway through the third. He tried to find Potzloff. Didn't do so cleanly. Wenger. Peakery. Quick pass here for EXEN. Here's Moja. Burst of speed. Lost the puck at the last second. Looked like he did have a chance on that glove side. Eki for Tempinen across. Potzloff denied by Wenger for an open tap in. Chances on both sides of the ice. Wenger goes for the dump and chase play with Lundstrom. Who has it? Peakery down low. Back skate to a short side backhand. That one kept out. May have clipped the post again. Talked about Peakery's one-on-one skill as well. A former 1v1 champion here in the ECL. And it was his mastery of the game's kind of mechanics and movement that led him a very convincing title in that regard. Here's Potzloff working with Jamal. 5 minutes left. Potzloff, though, decked by Moja. Lundstrom now has Domi with him. Poked away by Eki. Domi able to recover. Peakery tried the short side. Couldn't get all of it. Wenger for Domi. Moja finds the point once again. Lundstrom's short side, stopped by Hanselinho. Now just 3 minutes to go. Here's Voittamaton looking to put a cap on this game. The one-timer, big save again by Kazu. Allowed the game's only goal. Somehow Eki doesn't find the back of the net. Tempinen tried to go to Potzloff as we approach the final minute. Kazu's had a great performance, but again, the game's only goal did sneak past him off of his own defender's skate. Wenger looking. Pass picked off by Flyer Kungan. EXEN trying to force the issue. They know they're running low on time. It'll be offside here against Voittamaton. Example there of EXEN trying to do their best. Force these turnovers. Get these extra chances. They have just 46 seconds here, and they will call a timeout. You got to look at the numbers. Shots are close at this stage, as is the time on attack. Peakery doing a good job on faceoffs against Potzloff. Again, Potzloff had about a 4% advantage on faceoff wins so far this season, but it would be a bit of a shame if the deciding goal was, again, off a defender's skate, but you have a pretty closely contested matchup like this one. Oftentimes, it is a goal like that that proves to be the deciding factor. As Lundstrom has options, wanted the one-timer for Moja. Tempinen was there. Potzloff back for Tempinen. Now Eki gains the zone. Wisely holds on to it. Takes a hit, though. Now 20 seconds for EXEN. A bouncing puck ends up in the hands of Jamal, but his outlet pass doesn't go. Final 7 seconds. One more chance. Wenger tries to go across. Peakery, the feed across. Nobody home, and that will do it. Voittamaton get the win in game number 1. A 1-0 victory, a shutout for Hanselinho, his second of the season. as the frustration has to be building for EXEN. It was a strong performance. I mean, a couple of penalties factoring in, but again, they go for the cross crease off the skate of Domi. Nothing Kazu can do. We'll get another look at it. This is ultimately the deciding goal, and you know, if you're EXEN, you're going to feel frustrated by that, but if you think about it, it was a 2-on-1, and that's kind of the way you have to view it. Like, yes, the way this puck goes in is incredibly frustrating, but it was a 2-on-1 that you gave up, and that's where the problems really originated. See there, I mean, again, 9 shots for EXEN, time on attack. They weren't, destroyed in that regard. The penalties didn't do them any favors, but yeah, you get a look at it here. And right off the skate of Domi, chest past the glove of Kazu. Again, I'm sure it is an incredibly frustrating goal for EXEN, but you got to look at it from where the mistake was made that led to that chance, as opposed to that chance on its own. But that is game number 1 in the books. Voittamaton, a 1-0 win. We'll see what happens. Game 2 coming up in just a few moments. So stick with us. We'll be right back.
Minkä päällä lakukastike maistuu parhaalta? Ei voi tietää, ellei kokeile. Kouvolan lakritsi.
Kungan able to recover the puck here. Nearly picked off by Moja. Unlucky there. Opens up space for Potzloff. Kungan down low. Gets it back. A jam. Team able to get much of an offensive foothold here so far. A quick poke checks and a stick lift there. Quick movement here from Voittamaton and a great pass for Potzloff. Just missed. Ecky's one-timer blocked. A good pick off. Lundstrom has space. Can Jamal catch up? No, he can't. But space for Pikari after avoiding the hit. Goes in front and again off the skates of Tempinen. Trying to recover here is Potzloff. Has Tempinen shot. Looking for Ecky. Potzloff back for Ecky. Good movement. Can they find the space they're looking for? Yes, they can, but what? Domi. Back to the forehand pass for Wenger off the mark. Both teams have had some trouble with these passes and some pickups. As that's the defender in front. And you kind of had the feeling that it might be a pass for EXEN. Here's Moja. Burst of speed. looked like he did have a chance on that glove side. Eki for temping it across. Potzloff denied. Wenger goes to the dump and chase play with Lundstrom. Has it. Tohtorit down low. Back skate to a side. Stopped by Hanselinho. Now just 3 minutes to go. Here's Voittamaton looking to put a cap on this game. The one-timer. Big save again. Final 7 seconds. One more chance. Wenger tries to go across.
Minkä päällä lakukastike maistuu parhaalta? Ei voi tietää, ellei kokeile. Kouvolan lakritsi.
All right, everybody, we are back and just about ready to go. Game number 2 coming up. EXEN and Voittamaton going head-to-head. And Voittamaton picking up the 3 points for the regulation win in game number 1 as they try to keep pace with Parasite at the top of the standings. Meanwhile, for EXEN, it's another regulation loss, putting them into a really, really rough spot at this point in time. Not too late to come back and, you know, find their way into the playoff mix. Technically, though, right now on points pace, they're in 8th place. And this was a team that had certainly higher expectations than that. And they're in 8th place, narrowly ahead of the likes of Goons, and still very much with teams like the Blackjacks and Mythics being within striking range. So this is the time, again, for them to try and find a way to get some extra points here as, and we have game 2 underway. EXEN, of course, in the Road Whites. Feels like Eki has gotten his way with the Voittamaton colors. Very Leafs-like. There's a big hit there. Space for Tohtorit, and Hanselinho is there. Actually, very much getting like 2010 Maple Leafs vibes with these particular unis. I mean, let's be honest though. It would be disrespectful, you know, if you call Eki like the Phil Kessel of the team. Like, it would be disrespectful to be like, ah, yes, Potzloff, the Mikhail Grabovski. Like, a little bit better than Mikhail Grabovski. I mean, come on now. We will see who breaks through. Took a fluky third period goal for Voittamaton to break through. Will we wait that long for an opening goal yet again? And down low, here's Eki working with Flyer Kungan. Potzloff, my goodness, if that worked. You'd be seeing that on the season-ending highlight reel. Unbelievable attempt between the legs as Tohtorit tries the short side. And that is stopped. Get there. Again, EXEN with that extra physicality. 1-1. The rebound play, and they score. Well, out of nowhere, EXEN have a goal early on in this game. Just a basic can be face-off play. Win to the defender, throw it on. And the rebound for Lundstrom. As he gets his 6th of the season. Not mistaken, Lundstrom in front of. Was that? That wouldn't have been Mosey on the far side. Ah, there's 2 golden helmet wearers. That's why. That makes sense. Fairness, it is Mosey as team leading scorer. So there you go. But Lundstrom gets the goal. Has EXEN on the board. After nearly 66 minutes of action, good shot there from Lundstrom. Stopped, and EXEN already up to 5 shots on goal here. Hot start for them. Here's Tempinen. Tried the centering feed. Defense was there. A little bit of trouble. They're able to get this one out. Lundstrom sends it down. Higher Kungen for Potzloff. That one's broken up. Wenger tried that centering feed there. Couldn't find their way through. This time they'll go for the dump and chase. A race for the puck. Flyer Kungen does a great job, though. Sealing Lundstrom out. Good step up by Wenger to win it back. Lundstrom to the center. Hobbled play. Still get the shot off and forcing the save out of Hanselinho. Wenger deflection. Good stop by Hansu yet again. 7 shots to nothing for EXEN here in the first period. We've seen EXEN go for those deflection plays quite a bit. For those unfamiliar, there is only one banned ability for this ECL season as voted on by the clubs, and that is Big Tipper, both gold and silver. And I think you can see why, because even with silver Big Tipper, a chance like that, the likelihood that it sneaks its way in is incredibly amplified as another shot that rings off the post. Ecke for Potzloff didn't like what he saw, but he ends up turning it over. Lundstrom. Good patience. Wenger's shot saved by Hansu again. Already with 8 saves in this game. Offside call there with 3:51 to go. Wenger in control. EXEN would love to get another goal here to really put that pressure on against Voittamaton without a shot in this first period. You still have a little bit of time to rectify that. Hit there on Jamal. The feed in front, and Flyer Kungen saves a goal with that body contact. That blocker side was wide open. Here's Lundstrom. A 1-on-3. No fear, though. Kicks back to the point. The one-timer, they score! EXEN are all over Voittamaton here in game number 2. The one-timer from the top of the circle. As they do, in fact, double up their lead. Moja finds the back of the net, gets to 10 goals on the season with the team lead in goals, and just like that, 2-0. 41 seconds on the clock here in the first. Tremendous start to this game. Azu plays it up for Moja. Final 2 seconds here. That shot blocked down, and if you are EXEN, that is the perfect response. Absolutely perfect to not only get the opening goal, but get a little bit of insurance as well. And hold Voittamaton to 0 shots on goal in that first period. Just such a great job there. Not only by the defender to find Moja, but for Moja to backskate into open space. Shockingly, time on attack dead even. At 125 apiece. Again, this was the first goal. Simple face-off play to find Lundstrom. Just a nice little weave around that outside edge. And then one more look at it here. The feed from down low. Starts with Lundstrom, ends with Moja. A 2-0 lead for EXEN. We'll see if they can maintain it as we get ready here for the second period. Always the action brought to you by our friends at Kovalan Lakritsi. Again, a little bit later on, our second matchup. Heimo taking on Tohtorit as we begin our Week 3 coverage here of the ECL Elite Division on SportsGamer. Omi will have to slow things down. You can see a bit higher of a press here from Eki and Tempinen. Flyer Kungin with the puck finds Eki, knocked loose though. And by Domi, I mean, he has just been disrupting passes left and right. You have the back checking forwards, chipping in as well. Mozia throws one on. So able to stop that one. Oh, the man, big burst of speed. Finds Tempinen, the backhand, floats wide. Voittamaton with some ozone time. Jamal, the feed in front, bounces out to the half wall. Tempinen unable to hold. Voittamaton will get possession back. Only momentarily. EXEN, for the most part, have done a good job of disrupting the break-ins. Eyeing those zone entries, obviously crucial to success for anybody here at this level. Oh, the man shot. Bit of friendly fire as it hit Potzloff in front. Onstrom, couple stop and goes. Wenger tried to cut in front. Jamal was there. He gets it back, though. Extra pass from Mozia to Landstrom. Couldn't pull the trigger. Potzloff takes a hit. Trouble for Eki as well. Jamal, there's a penalty called. Contact in the high slot will lead to a Voittamaton power play unless they strike here. Jamal de Hanselino, of course, has played outside of the cage as well in his time in Elite, and what a chance for Potzloff. Just quite can't get that backdoor tap in. They've had that opportunity a couple of times. As we'll get another look at the penalty here. It is Piccoli heading to the box, the center for EXEN. This will be the third Voittamaton power play of the game. Or of the series, I should say. And 0 for 2 so far tonight. As Eki bumped but maintains possession. Had Flyer Kungin in front. Another close call. And just not being able to get that shot off in time. Eki over the line. Dropping back to right D quite a bit on these power play setups. One-timer for Tempinen. Good save. Potzloff back to Jamal. Eki goes across. Somehow that puck stays out. The amount of close calls. One-timer for Eki. Gloved down by Kazu. He has made some fantastic saves in this series. As it looks like we might get an early timeout here, and at least we'll get another look at this save from Kazu, the big one-timer. Not quite to the corner. It was dead center. Here's the other chance. Sent across, and my goodness, that is one of the saves of the season. But again, it's the shot aim for Voittamaton, as both times the corners were there. The far side was open, but they happened to shoot the puck a little bit more centered. And Kazu able to make the saves on both occasions. That shot is blocked. We're back to 5-on-5. Piccoli fresh out of the box with a bit of speed, but Jamal's there to make the good play. Still a 2-0 lead for EXEN here. Under 6 minutes left in the second period. There's down low for Landstrom, now back again. Domi. Can't find the feed in front. Potzloff for Eki. Tested. Still has it. Sends it across. And again, Potzloff Can't get the shot off in time. Flyer Coogan can't get the pickup. And Voittamaton will be forced to reset. Pass just off the mark. Battle. Tempinen, though, can't get the pickup. Sent around. Jamal takes a hit. Eki for Potzloff. Over the line. Loses it. 90 seconds left in the period. Both teams struggling to gain that offensive foothold for the moment. Here's Eki. Tried the shot. Great block by Pikari. Eki again down low. Bounces to Jamal. One-timer blocked by Domi. Tremendous defense from EXEN here. What an outlet pass. Lundstrom for Wenger. Back to Lundstrom. And can't find the back of the net late, but the scoreline holds from the end of the first. It will be a 2-0 lead for EXEN heading into the third period. Again, the physicality on display. A 2-0 lead for EXEN. They are close to picking up a big 3 points. And so far, 0 for 3 on the season against the top 2 teams in the standings, having lost both games to Parasite and Game 1 to Voittamaton. But they are in a position here to not only get the win, but to perhaps do so in regulation. It would be a big 3 points if they can get the job done. But 20 minutes left in this one. Here we go. Early icing just 30 seconds in. The tie up on the draw. It is Voittamaton, head of steam with Jamal. Hands off for Eki. They're going back down to him. Trying to work with Jamal there. Unable to find the space. Eki can't get that shot off. Hounded by the pressure. Here's Domi. Pikari, it's knocked loose. And covered by Jamal to set up Voittamaton. Still just 3 shots on goal in this game. We're held without a shot through the entirety of the first period. Lundstrom kicked off the scoring in this one. Has it down low for Wenger now. Has to step in. Gets hit as a result. Space now perhaps. Good hit by Pikari to bide his defense some time. Eki, the one-timer for Flyer Coogan into the skates of the defense. And again, all 5 men for the moment in the attacking zone for Voittamaton. They know what they have to do here. Put the pressure on, get that first goal. Coogan's pass does not find Eki. Pikari for Wenger. Base for EXEN. One-timer for Lundstrom. Blocked by Tempinen. Potzloff again for Eki. Great patience. Ball back to Eki. One-timer. Good stop by Kazu. As it deflects up and out of play. 8.5 minutes gone here in the third period. Clean win for Pikari on the defensive zone draw. Lundstrom for Domi. Tried the one-timer for Moja, broken up. Quick movement for Voittamaton. Potzloff gets it back. Has it again. He goes down, and this is the opportunity. Lundstrom heading to the box. It'll be another power play opportunity for Voittamaton. They haven't been able to strike. It is imperative that they do here. They are going to find this breakthrough. It has to be now. You have the puck off the face-off. Tempinen's pass totally off the mark. It'll be a quarter of the way down. For EXEN, still a long time to have to try to kill this off. Of course, their only goal in game one. Took a fortunate bounce off of a skate. The one-timer, good stop by Kazu. Eki looking. Short side save, but another penalty called. It'll be a 5-on-3 with Pikari heading back to the box. As he went down for the block, he gets called for the trip. And if there was ever an opportunity, this is it. This is the one. This is the time. A minute long at the very least. 5-on-3. 40 seconds, excuse me, but here it is. Full pressure now. All for Eki. Deflects away. Tempinen for Eki. Back to Tempinen. Good stop by Kazu. Another chance and another glove save. Kazu standing on his head in this short-handed scenario. I pondered whether or not we would see the best of Kazu in this series. I think we have our answer. One penalty down, 50 seconds to go on the 5-on-4. As Jamal just able to keep this puck in. Tempinen, the one-timer blocked by his own man. Flyer Kungan got in the way of that one. Domi is able to send it back to the neutral zone. Tempinen got held up. Here's Jamal. Good patience. Eki looking for Potzloff. Doesn't go. We are back to 5-on-5. As that one just out of the reach of Eki. Frustration has to be mounting. For Voittamaton. Here's Potzloff. Can't work his way through. As Wenger for Pikari. Now Landstrom over the line. Tried to find Pikari again. Over 3.5 minutes left. Voittamaton need 2. Eki for Tempinen. Knocked away. Jamal, deflection bid, save, and covered by Kazu with just over 2 minutes left. Look here. It was an injury as well for Flyer Kungan after blocking that shot. Not much time left. EXEN very close. It has to be defined as their biggest win of the season. Statistically, good save on the shot from Potzloff. Eki jamming away at it, and he scores. This one's not over yet. That extra feed from Potzloff back in front. Eki got 2 swings at it. Denied on the first, would not be denied on the second. Silver crease crasher paying off. And don't go away because this one is not yet decided. Voittamaton finally have their breakthrough. Can they get that extra goal? Pikari for Landstrom. Poked away by Flyer Kungan. Eki and Tempinen now. Jamal at the point. Wanted the 1T. It was broken up. Flyer Kungan for Jamal. The shot deflected away by Potzloff. Couldn't target it towards goal. 40 seconds. Eki for Tempinen. Held up. Does get it back. Otzloff for Jamal. Flyer Kungan back to Jamal. Eki, the one-timer, he scores! Putting the team on his back, Eki with 2 goals. Voittamaton tie it with just about 30 seconds left in regulation. It was a great effort by Kazu to get there, but Eki would not be denied. EXEN, 2 goals in the first period. Could not find that third for the insurance, and Voittamaton finally break through. 2 goals for Eki here in the last minute, 2 minutes of gameplay. He might not be done. Here he is, not able to hold on to it with Domi's effort. As EXEN offside here and are 18 seconds away from watching 3 points for a regulation win slip through their fingers. Question is, will they at least get an overtime point? Maybe 2 for the win, or will Voittamaton be able to sneak the win here late? Another offside call with 7.7 to go. Eki entered play today. 8 goals in 10 games. Obviously now up to 10 goals. Four seconds. Knocked away, and Flyer Kungan can't get that one on target. We will head to overtime here in game number 2 as Eki, clutch as ever, leads the comeback. Voittamaton tie it with 30 seconds to go. Both teams with a point, and they will battle for the extra point in overtime. As already for Voittamaton, 4 points on the night. He'll try to make it 5. EXEN not able to secure the 3 points for the regulation win. They earn 1 after being shut out in game number 1. Get a look here at the goals. Again, it was the block. Potzloff gets it back in front. 2 shots for Eki. And then the one-timer. Honestly, just really fluid movement from Voittamaton there. The block just not in the lane. Have to wonder just how much. Granted, it wasn't a power play tally. But just how much those penalties cost EXEN in terms of the momentum that they had, being able to keep the pressure on. Self-inflicted wounds for them. Here's Flyer Kungan getting around Domi, gets that one on goal. Eki for Tempinen, short side save, rebound in front. They win it back. Pass off the mark. Here's Potzloff for Eki again. Voittamaton doing a much better job of getting the puck. Those dirty areas with Eki in front, just waiting. Pounce on those chances. Here's Moja. He goes down in a rare mistake from Eki. He's the one heading to the box. And this is the opportunity now for EXEN as they finally get a power play chance of their own. EXEN power play. Goes to work. Not able to win the draw. Puck is cleared out. EXEN able to gain the line. A short side off the post for Pikari. They continue to test Hanselinho. Ansu is very glitched out and tangled up. I don't know if you guys are seeing that like I am. Now he's back to normal. I think his blocker got stuck behind his back. That was incredibly bizarre. Puck is cleared out, and that will pretty much do it. One more rush attempt for EXEN. Onstrom floats one across. Voittamaton recover. Nowhere for Potzloff to go on that one. Slow it down a little bit. Get some stamina back. Maul for Recchi, and they are just offside. Off the draw, EXEN in control. Anger and another trip. Eki going right back to the box as Pikari got the shot off. And a tough way to start the OT for Eki. Gets the 2 goals at the end of regulation to force the overtime. Spending a decent amount of time in the box in this overtime. And that could be the penalty that seals the deal, as we'll see a timeout here. Look at the numbers. EXEN again doing a really good job on the draw is Pikari. And Potzloff very close in face-off percentage. Mentioned it was a 4-point difference at 55 to 51%. See what happens here. Another power play opportunity for EXEN as they try to win this game. They couldn't get the 3 points for the regulation win, but you know they'd love that second point for an overtime win. As Domi in control. Wenger back to him. Good patience. Got to be looking for Mosier for that one-timer. There it is. And Tempinen was able to intercept it. Onstrom's pass knocked away, and just like that, 30 seconds left. The puck sent around, chased down by Jamal. Chips it out as well. Tremendous individual effort. And we are back to 5-on-5. Eki is spared his second penalty of the overtime, but EXEN not able to make him pay for it. Maul's pass straight to the opposition. Eki able to win this one back, though. Throws it on short side. Kazu's there. Have another face-off. Clean win for Potzloff. One-timer off the post for Tempinen as Voittamaton nearly struck on a face-off play of their own. Here's Landstrom. Tried to find Pikari. Domi rejected there by Eki. Forced to reset. Good feed for Pikari, but it's knocked away one more time. Mosia's there to help him out. Meyer Kungen. Pass. Who he would have preferred. Domi. As Landstrom, Wenger at the point. Deflection off the post, and they score! EXEN avoid complete disaster. They do miss out on the 3 points for the regulation win, but they secure a victory here in overtime and get 2 points out of a possible 6 against the number 2 team entering play today. As off the post and behind Hanselinho, not much he can do to keep that one out. As EXEN do strike on the deflection. Tough to tell if Hanselinho knocked that into his own goal or if it was just going there anyway. But the winning goal for Pikari. And EXEN, a big result for them. to get that extra point. And really, it was a great job, too, by Voittamaton to battle back and earn a point of their own in that game. I'm sure we'll get a look at the winning goal. All the angles that we can. Does look like that one was probably going to cross the line anyway, just based on its trajectory after it hit the post. EXEN were up by 2 at the end of the first. It took 2 late goals in the final 2 minutes from Eki to force overtime. And that's where Hanselinho was freaking the hell out. That was amazing. And indeed, we got a better look at it from there. That puck was going in anyway. Basically nothing Hanselinho could do. As I'm sure we'll get a look at the goals here yet again from the start. Again, the first goal for EXEN, just a simple face-off play, throw it on net, have the winger closest to the goal, crash, and hey, there's the rebound. And then it was this play from Moja, the one-timer, the fadeaway. Just too much open space. Again, it was Eki late in the game. Otzloff did a good job getting the puck back to him. And then this one to tie it. Again, it was just a great step in here. Hopefully we get a better look at it, please. There we go. As Flyer Kungan and Jamal stepping in has the way to hit Eki. But then right here, one more time, it is the winner. The deflection for Pikari. And yeah, it certainly looks like there was just nothing Hanselinho could do. I mean, it just hit off that post perfectly and was able to sneak past him. So again, in total, 4 out of 6 points for Voittamaton and the 2 out of 6 for EXEN. Decent day for both sides, although I'm sure both feel like they left some points on the table. That is just our first matchup of this Monday broadcast. Again, coming up in just a few moments on the other side of the break, it is Tohtorit taking on Heimo. We'll set the stage for you for that one in just a few minutes. Stick with us and we'll be right back.
Minkä päällä lakukastike maistuu parhaalta? Ei voi tietää, ellei kokeile. Kouvolan lakritsi.
We will see who breaks through. Yeah. On the rebound play and they score. Well, out of B face-off play. Win to the defender, throw it on. The puck flyer Kungan does a great job though. Sealing Lundstrom out. Good step up by Wenger to win it back. Lundstrom to the CY, because even with Silver Big Tipper, a chance like that, likelihood that we still have a little bit of time to rectify that. Hit there on Jamal. The feed in front, and Flyer Kungan saves the goal. 3. No fear, though. Kicks back to the point. The one-timer, they score! Voittamaton here in game number 2. The one-timer from the top of the circle. As they... All the Hanselinho, of course, has played outside of the cage as well. In his time in a lead. Save. Otzloff back to Jamal. Eki goes across. Somehow that puck stays out. This calls one-timer for Eki. Gloved down by Kazu. Not quite to the corner. It was dead center. Here's the other chance. Sent from EXEN here. What an outlet pass. Lundstrom for Wenger. Back to Lundstrom. And can't. Tempinen. Off again for Eki. Great patience. All back to Eki. One time. Quick movement for Voittamaton. Patzlaff gets it back. Has it again. He goes down. Good stop by Kazu. Eki looking. Shorts. All for Eki. Flex away. Tempinen for Eki. Back to Tempinen. Good stop by Kazu. Another. It has to be defined as their biggest win of the season statistically. Good save on the shot from Potsov. Eki jamming away at it in front. Eki got 2 swings at it. Denied on the first, would not be denied on the second. Silver crease crasher paying. Otzlot for Jamal. Flyer Kungan back to Jamal. Eki the one-timer, he scores! Just about 30 seconds left in regulation. Knocked away, and Flyer Kungan can't get that one on target. We will head to overtime here in down, and a rare mistake from Eki. He's the one heading to the box. And this is EXEN able to gain the line. A short side off the post for Pikari. Back to the box as Pikari got the shot off. As Landstrom, Wenger at the point. Deflection off the post, and they score!
Minkä päällä lakukastike maistuu parhaalta? Ei voi tietää, ellei kokeile. Kouvolan lakritsi.
And we are back. Thank you, everybody, for sticking with us here. Again, our first matchup of the day is in the books. Now, we switch our focus over to our second series. It is Heimo taking on Tohtorit. And as much as that first series was a bit interesting for the standings, we're going to see what the circumstances are for these two teams as well. Let's take a look at where they currently are entering play today. As for Tohtorit, very, very strong start to the season. Currently in 4th through 10 games played with a 7-2-1 overall record. Of course, top 8 teams make the playoffs here in the Elite Division. For Heimo on the other side, it has been a very rough start to their season with just 2 wins in their first 12 games. And this is the opportunity for them now to try and fight their way back into a playoff scenario as they are rapidly approaching the midway point of the season. Again, a 30-game regular season campaign. They'll be on 14 games upon the conclusion of this head-to-head against Tohtorit. So we'll see what they are able to do as they try to work their way out of one of those, well, we'll call them the bottom 3 spots. Again, unwanted, already deemed automatically relegated for this season. So it'll be 13, 14, and 15 to really keep an eye out on in those potential relegation series positions against pro competition. So we'll see how this goes for Heimo. They still got a ways to go, but hey, with 3 points for a regulation win, you can make up ground relatively quickly. Let's take a look here at the team stats to see where these two teams are currently in regards to some of the key stats here. As for Heimo, of course, at a massive disadvantage in terms of their goal differential compared to Tohtorit. Tohtorit themselves, not a very strong set of special teams numbers, but Heimo still without a power play goal this season. So this series could very much be decided by special teams, with it not exactly being the strong suit for either side. As we get a look at the lineups for this one, for the Heimo side, we have Satapoika, Hatsi, and Emil on the forward side of things, with Snipery and Sakam on defense, and Vamo in goal. Oyala, Harlow, and Profilipaki, the front three for Tohtorit, with Karkas and Segasormi on defense, and Stammer between the pipes. Let's take a look at these centers, Harlow and Hatsi, the matchup here. As again, you would expect with one team being significantly higher up in the standings. For Tohtorit, for Harlow, it is very much advantage to him in this one. Much like our first matchup, though, a 4% difference in the face-offs. That is relatively significant, but it goes to show that it shouldn't just be a demolition for Tohtorit in that regard. So we'll have to see how that plays out throughout this series. For the winger comparison, Satapoika and Emil for Heimo taking on Oyala and Profilipaki for Tohtorit on the other side. And left wings, certainly the ones to watch out for in regards to the physicality. Again, numbers are going to be certainly on the side of Tohtorit, but we know, Emil and Satapoika, plenty of elite division experience in terms of these guys looking to turn their season around. Certainly possible. It's just a matter of, whether or not that things will kind of click for them as we play on. The defensive matchup is next. Snipery and Sakam against Karkas and Segasormi. And you get a look here, neither side with the most physical of defensemen out there. Good amount of, block shots between the four of them. But it is Karkas leading the way in points amongst these defenders with 13 in the 12 games played thus far. Single-handedly outscoring the defensive combination of Heimo. Our goaltending comparison, last but not least, it is Vamo against Stammer, and kind of similar to what we saw in that matchup, for EXEN heading into it, was the idea of, is it the defense, is it the goaltender? I think for EXEN, you saw in that instance, it was more just some of the defense, or at least today, it certainly wasn't Kazu that you were looking at as, okay, here's where the struggles are, because he had a tremendous series tonight. Going to be intrigued to see what happens for Vamo, right? Can he steal some points here over Tohtorit, or is it simply a matter of the defensive structure isn't there, his level of play isn't there, time will tell. Well, for Stammer on the other side, just very, very solid numbers. There's really no other way to put it. So as we get ready for the action to get underway, roughly a minute or so away, I do believe, from puck drop in this one. Again, the head-to-head matchup, the two regular season games between Vamo and Stammer and Heimo and Tohtorit coming up. Quick reminder, though, of course, we have Pro Division coverage coming up tomorrow, 19:45 CET start time, 1:45 p.m. Eastern for our North American followers. And then Wednesday at those same exact times, it'll be more Elite Division action. So make sure to tune in. Our 3-day block of ECL action, as again, we will see what happens in this particular matchup. And again, it's one of those situations, right, where we talk about it. Early results, you're able to kind of shrug things off sometimes, make the most, of the time that you have left in the season. But we're already in week 3. We are going to have teams this week going over the halfway point of their seasons. This is absolutely the time where, okay, week number 3, we kind of know what we've been. What are we going to be for the next couple of weeks as we get that much closer to the end of the season? That is the big question. And for Heimo, I know for them, they were feeling a little bit hard pressed by, admittedly a difficult schedule to start their season, but it is the Elite Division for a reason. you are going to have tough matchups pretty much across the board at this stage, right? That's just kind of the way that it works. As you get a look here at the teams in the lobby. But yeah, for them, I mean, Parasite and Voittamaton to kick off their season. Goons, Vesapampa, Roots, and Mythics, their last 4 series. And for Heimo, they still have just the 2 wins on the season thus far. Like, eventually, you just got to start getting results, and it's a good opportunity for them today, but Tohtorit, a tough challenge, to say the least, as we get ready for game number 1. It is Heimo taking on Tohtorit, as we will see who is able to battle through here, potentially pick off the scoring for their team. Early goals, always a positive. See how this one plays out. As the puck has dropped and we are underway. Early couple of looks here. Tohtorit in on the attack early on. They'll win their road whites for this one. That pass off the mark. And Tohtorit, very strong season so far in that mix as a top 4 club. Wraparound stepping up. Point, and unfortunately there, a weak backhand from Sock'em doesn't find its way towards goal. This one dumped in, goes all the way back to Sock'em at the point. D2D pass, Snipery tried the pass across, defense was there to take it away. Arlo stepping up, big spin move there, not able to get it down low. Movement for Heimo here. Otzi for Sadapoika in front. Good look. Defense was able to pick him up just in time. Here's Oyala. Good down low for Profilipaki. Arlo, the turnaround blast, broke the stick of Sadapoika. He already has the new twig. Marcus will slow it down for Tohtorit. Good interception here for Emil. Feed down low, and a trip is called, so Heimo will go to the power play. Ekka's heading to the box as we'll get another look at it. And yep, up to deny that one, gets caught. That defensive skill stick, and a good opportunity for Heimo here early on. Try and make something happen. Face off one, and the puck is cleared. Offside here for Heimo. Again, we saw the stats just a few moments ago. Special teams, not exactly the strong suit for either side on either side of the puck this season. Heimo still yet to register a power play goal. Space here for Sock'em. Back to the forehand, across for Sadapoika. Looking, the shot, good save by Stammer, loose puck. And he's able to cover. Get another look at that opportunity. And indeed, the big glove save, actually down towards the left pad. I was going to say, it sounded like it hit the pad. And it did. Deflects down and makes a heel save. A tremendous stop by Stammer that only looks better through the replay camera angles. It almost looked a bit routine initially. I undersold it. That was a fantastic save. Off the face-off. Heimo get the clean win. Sniper working with Sock'em. One-timer glove save by Stammer. Perhaps a little bit too telegraphed. I think a good job there by those two defenders to kind of wait it out, keep them guessing. High up off the draw. Tohtorit able to send it all the way down. As the Heimo power play continues to struggle, we are back to 5-on-5. Offside call there. Three shots. Nil in favor of Heimo thus far. Tohtorit looking to get their offense going. Segasormi sends this one in. Harlow's there. And he gets the feedback on the short side. A big first save for Vamo in this game. Sock'em looking to avoid pressure. Great patience. Paterkas read him well. They tried to break Pro Filipaki up the middle of the ice. Heimo did a good job to take that lane away. Pass off the mark. And we'll get a free possession here. Let's see. Shoots his way in. Shot, scores! It looked like it was going to be a broken play. But Emil able to find that puck, throws it on. Just absolutely lasers it past Stammer. I mean, Gold Crease Crasher doing a lot of the heavy lifting on that one. But a goal counts nonetheless for Heimo as they grab the lead on Emil's team, leading the 10th of the season, had 12 games played, 9 goals entering play today as they try to double up. Stammer is able to keep that one out. Off the draw. Heimo in control. Would love to get another one here. Sniper. Circles down, throws one towards goal, kept out. Go for the Paki for Oyala. Nice job. The outside-inside move. Quick shot with no hesitation. Forcing the save out of Vamo. Off the draw. Tohtorit trying to hold on to it. Marcus for Pro Filipaki now. Oyala, final 30 seconds. That shot deflects off of Snipery in front. Turnover here. Sada Poika. Not able to generate speed. He's got to bring back that old skating. And that will do it for the first period. Again, the breakthrough for Emil, but we get another look here at a phenomenal save by Stammer earlier in the period. Another look at it there as it deflects, keeps it out. The heel of the blade. It is Emil's goal. We will see again right here, the difference maker. There was just nothing Stammer could do to keep up with that one. Actually, get one more look at that goal here. Broken play in front and just the shot speed with Gold Crease Crasher. I mean, absolutely absurd. Who knows? We might see some concerns about that. Except, you know, in fairness, it has been thrown around. The entire idea of maybe an X Factors list season. That has been mentioned as well. You never know. We always like to listen to the player base and get feedback on things like that and what people are expecting. But regardless, the second period underway. As always, the action brought to you by our friends at Koval Lockert. It is game number 1 between Heimo and Tohtorit in their regular season matchup. That game 2 coming up after this is a good stop there by Stammer. And a little bit earlier on, it was Voittamaton with a 4-point night for a regulation win and an overtime loss against EXEN. Picked up 2 points as Snipery will head to the box on the trip. The Tohtorit power play will get to go to work for the first time. Clean face-off win for Hatsi and Heimo. As Sakum can't send it all the way down. That was a good job by Segasormi to seal off those boards. Couldn't stay on side. But still a good attempt. Clean win this time for Harlow. Pass off the mark. Sakum. Sends it around for Emil. I wanted to try to free up Boyka for something short-handed. This for Harlow. Back again. Step in, knock loose, shot there. Couple of chances, sent back across. Amo now up to 4 saves in this game. 25 seconds left on the man advantage. Tohtorit back in control. Rocketed down low and off the outside of the post. Forcing a save from Vamo. We are back to 5-on-5. One-timer hit his own man there is Oyala. Cut in front. That one deflected down as well. Feed in front for Harlow. An opportunity for Profilipaki. Full pressure here for Tohtorit, but Heimo able to get the puck out. At least momentarily. Oyala gets it back in. He has speed and a good stop by Vamo. Back to the point. Shot from Profilipaki. Kept out again. Is at the point. One-timer. Good save. Vamo, and he covers. Tremendous effort in this game so far for the Heimo netminder. Not able to get that shot towards goal. Tried to cut in front, couldn't get there. Just tried that step up to seal off the boards. Emil decides to cut back. We are halfway through the period. It's just the lone goal for Heimo back in the first. Boyka, good glove save by Stammer, stuck right with him. Heimo looked to get some offensive zone time and get some offensive momentum back on their side after a very strong first half of the period. Wraparound will be offside here. After the scramble. Best way to describe it. The Tohtorit. Pace is slowing down a little bit here. Another offside call. I think both teams have become a little bit more cautious. Not wanting to be the team that gives up that next big scoring opportunity. Nazi shot the rebound just out of the reach of Emil. Got a point across, they score! Well, just as the pace slowed down, Heimo able to pick up the pace, and Emil has his second goal of the game off of a great feed from Satapoika. Offensively, I mean, that is just a great pass, and there was absolutely nothing that Kerkus could do there. He just kind of got boxed out. Emil finds the back of the net yet again. Heimo doubling up their lead. This is looking much similar to outputs past from Heimo. I mean, again, slow start to the season. Scheduling being what it is, but Tohtorit fourth, no pushovers as Profilipaki nearly got that deflection to go. Here's Satapoika. Can he generate the speed? Has Emil and tried to go 5-hole. Stammer denying him of the hat trick. A 3-0 lead for Heimo. I mean, that could certainly be enough. See a dump in here from Snipery. Defense for Tohtorit all over it. Now Harlow down low. Heimo's defense does well to take it away. Final minute here in the second period. Puck dumped over to that far side corner. Final few moments now. Arcus' shot. Profilipaki scores! The shot from the point, weak enough, may have deflected, if not was cleanly picked off. And roofed short side, Profilipaki. Entered play today, 1 goal behind Oyala for the team lead with 13. And there is his 13th of the season. Barring results from the first series, of course. That one sent down. That will do it. Tohtorit on the board with a late goal. The second period sets us up for an interesting third period as the game is that much closer. Going to look at some of the numbers there. Shots close, time on attack, a minute of separation. It was a good sign for Heimo being close and competitive, let alone having the lead. And it was a clean pickoff for Profilipaki on the backhand on his own teammate's shot. And get the shot off. Second goal there from Emil. Third period about ready to begin. A 2-1 lead for Heimo. Be able to hold on. Will they be able to add to that lead? Nazi's shot. Boyka back for Sniper. He breaks his stick on the shot. Opportunity down the other way. Here's Sega Sormi. Tries to go across. Oyala shot block. Sega Sormi denied. Emil on the net drive. Stammer's there to cover. Good chances on both sides of the ice. All of that started with the broken stick on the slap shot. There's RNG factors like that very much. Yeah, you know. Consistent topic of discussion, whether or not they belong in a competitive mode such as this. Here's Oyala. Back to the point. A shot there, they score! Profilipaki gets his second of the game. Right place, right time to tap that one home. As Tohtorit have completed the 2-0 comeback. And indeed, right place, right time, able to beat Vamo 5-hole. Again, shots on net. You can see there, he just started to get out of the butterfly. So that right there is the automatic save animation down to butterfly. He was not holding R2 or L2, depending on his settings, but he was not manually down in butterfly until you saw him start to drop back down. And unfortunately for Vamo, it was all the Profilipaki needed. His second of the game. Emil and Heimo against Profilipaki and Tohtorit, as Boyka can't feed that one across. Tohtorit looking to take their time here, get some stamina back. Controlled zone entry. They are offside on the dump and chase attempts. Game 1 of 2. And these two teams in the regular season matchup. Base for Profilipaki, unselfish, but he gets the goal anyway. The hat trick, 3 unanswered goals, and Tohtorit grabbed the lead. As everything is going right for Profilipaki down the stretch of this game. As again, he was unselfish, he threw it across. And I believe it went off the skate of the defender. We saw a very similar goal in game number 1, the first series, I should say. Where Domi was on the unfortunate side of it, leading to a Voittamaton victory. The hat trick for Profilipaki and a lead for Tohtorit as... I mean, for Heimo, it's just a tough break. Again, a 2-0 lead has evaporated. Now playing from behind halfway through the third. Occam avoids pressure. Rifles one through. Nobody on the receiving end of it. As this one going to go down for icing. Face off here. High up. Great in possession. Couple of big hits there. They are able to get the puck out. Oyala. Still in control here. Down low. Still able to hold on to the puck. Just a lot of traffic to try to get through. Oyala to character set the points. Shot on in front. Great positioning from Harlow there, but Vamo keeps it out. 6.5 minutes to go. It certainly feels like another goal from Tohtorit would be the backbreaker. Here's Emil. He scores! It is a duel between Profilipaki and Emil. The battle of each team's respective right wing, as both of them have hat tricks in this game. Heimo tie it up at 3. Well, certainly a back and forth game here. Heimo, you're up 2-0, down 3-2, and now they tie it at 3 apiece. Ericus to Oyala. Tohtorit looking to get that goal back. Oyala down low. Back to the point yet again. Can't get a shot off cleanly. And a nice little toe drag attempt. Just missed time there, trying to gain the zone for Heimo. 2:38 to go. As we'll see if either side are able to secure a win here in regulation for 3 points. Here's Oyala with speed, tried the short side. Vamo able to keep it out. Final minute of regulation. Will there be a winner in what has proven to be back and forth game? Trying to fight his way through. Kakris was able to recover. Here's Profilipaki. Sends it across. What a save by Vamo. I believe that one ended up on goal. May have been broken up at the last second. Very close call there for Heimo. Tohtorit not able to score on that attempt, but you know they want to win it here in regulation. Arlo for Kakris at the points. Stepping in. Back to the forehand, 5 seconds. Oyala for Profilipaki, broken up. One more chance, saved by Vamo. And we will go to overtime as neither team able to secure the 3 points for the regulation win. They both earn a singular point here and will compete for an extra in overtime. We get a look. Well, no, we don't, actually. There we go. A brief look. A couple of brief looks at some of the stats there. Again, close and competitive game, highlighted by the back and forth, and that was indeed a gigantic save by Vamo. Wasn't sure if that defender was technically in front of it, but a back and forth battle between Emil and Profilipaki. 3 goals aside, all 3 goals scored by the same player. See again who can get that extra point, as Stammer is forced to cover this one. All there. A minute down in the overtime. Knock him for Emil. And you get the fourth. The OT winner. Sniper shot. The big rebound from Stammer. Out of the reach, though, of the opposition. Profilipaki can't make his way past Sniper. Good job there by the Tohtorit defense. Pulling their own blue line. Back to the point. Darkness deflection bid. Good save by Vamo. Not much space here on the counterattack for Heimo. Tohtorit back in control. Chase attempt is successful. Hello for Karkas at the point. There's a bit of room. One-timer for Oyola. Could not hit the target. Pick off there, though. Can't find Harlowby on the break-in attempts. Ockham the dump and chase. Sadapoika's there. Shot for Emil. Good save. Second chance kept out. Good recovery by Sadapoika, but denied by Stammer. Darkness for Harlow. Knocked off the puck. Emil. Sadapoika down low. Short side scores! Heimo avoid disaster and grab the second point in overtime. One of their biggest wins of the season. As they beat Tohtorit, your final score 4-3 in overtime. It's just a simple heads-up play from Sadapoika, taking advantage of the space that he had. Just picture perfect. And really nothing that Stammer can do there. I mean, that's just a high-quality shot from a high-danger location. Can happen that quickly. And this game is over. An overtime victory. Again, Heimo, we're up 2-0 in this game. Trailed 3-2. Emil ties it up on that goal you're seeing right now. And then they get the win. In overtime. They're 19 shots to 17. Tohtorit, massive advantage in face-off wins. Advantage in time on attack as well. Does not translate to a victory here. And one more look at it. Just that little bit of space as Stammer played it well, but not well enough. Back and forth battle between Profilipaki and Emil ends on a goal from Sadapoika, as there's something they want to look at here. We'll try to see what they're going back to check out here. Would have been Tohtorit's last big chance. Oh, the miss from Oyola. Yeah, I mean, that hits the target. That is the winner. Tough break, to say the least. But again, game one in the books for Heimo, as we will be ready for the start of game number 2. The teams are good to go. So again, stick with us and we'll be back. One more game to go here on this broadcast.
Minkä päällä lakukastike maistuu parhaalta? Ei voi tietää, ellei kokeile. Kouvolan lakritsi.
Heimo here. Nazi for Sada section here for Emil. Lead down low, and a trip is space here for Saka. Back to the forehand across for Sadapoika. Looking, the shot. See? Takes his way in, shot, scores! Just absolutely lasers it. Past Hammer, I mean, Gold Priest Crasher at Kovalan Lockerty. It is game number 1 between Heimo and Tohtorit in their regular season matchup. Game 2 coming up. Another look at opportunity. Nazi shot, the rebound just out of the reach of Emil. Boykin across, they score! Just a great pass, and there was absolutely nothing the characters could do there. He just kind of got boxed out. Be able to hold on. Will they be able to add to that lead? Nazi may have deflected, if not was cleanly picked off. And roofed. Oh, yeah. Back to the point. A shot there, they score! Completed the 2-0 comeback. Indeed, right? He's in matchup. He's for the Pocky, unselfish, but he gets the goal anyway. Us. And I believe it went off the skate of the defender. We saw a very similar goal in game number 1, the first series, I should say. 6.5 minutes to go. It certainly feels like another goal from Tohtorit would be the backbreaker. Here's Emil. He scores! Of each team's respective right wing, as both of them have hat tricks in this game. Trying to fight his way through. Cactus was able to recover. Here's Pro Filipaki. And to the cross. What a save by Knock him for Emil. You get the 4th. The OT winner. Sniper shot. Big Emil. Sadapoika down low. Short side scores!
Minkä päällä lakukastike maistuu parhaalta? Ei voi tietää, ellei kokeile. Kouvolan lakritsi.
And we are back. Thank you, everybody, for sticking with us as we are ready for our 4th and final game of our opening broadcast here for Week 3 action within the ECL. Again, it was an overtime victory, 4-3. Final score for Heimo, so 2 points for them secured. Tohtorit with the single point for the overtime loss, as we will see how this next matchup goes. And again, Pro Division action tomorrow, more Elite Division action on Wednesday. The week is just getting started. We will see who is able to secure the extra point here. Of course, it'll be up on the YouTube side of things as well. But make sure to check out the Wraparound as well for all of our Week 2 coverage. YouTube side of things, SportsGamer GG. As Tohtorit go to work in the attacking zone early on. The puck down the other way. Arcus able to recover. And Heimo, the 2-0 lead in game number 1. Ended up trailing 3-2. Great opening chance there for Pro Filipaki. Has all 3 of the Tohtorit goals tonight. Let's see, back for Sock'em, takes his time, down low for Emil. 3 out of the 4 goals for Heimo in game 1. Filipaki tries to go to work. Big hit there by Oyela. Team's league leader, or his team's individual leader in hits, one highest hit totals in the league as well. So try to get something going here. Being able to slow him down. Still just the one shot for the opening couple of minutes. Bit of a slower pace to kick this one off. The teams know they can score goals, but also get scored on. There's a big hip check there by Sniper. He's back in control. Took out the pass to Emil. Defensive play. Darkus there. Let's see, over the line. Emil the big spin. Let's see, has it back. Finds Sada Poika to Sniper at the point. Good patience on display. Shot from Emil and a man right in front. And a penalty called here. Interference is the word. We'll get a look at it. And yeah, the shove there late. Sock him to the box. The defender in front was hoping that there was a loose rebound. Didn't happen. And he takes a penalty as a result. So the Tohtorit power play goes to work. This one sent all the way down. Good start for Heimo on the PK. Good movement here. Oyela in control. Arlo, another deflection chance. Good save by Vamo. This again in control. The feed in front. Taken away by Sniper. Sada Poika wants a shorthanded bid. Good movement. The defense, though, able to hold off long enough for the forwards to back check. Nearly back to 5-on-5. Oyela in control. Tries the corner. And Vamo is there. Off the draw. Heimo in control. Only momentarily, though. Going to work here. A 3-1 advantage on the shot so far. Hit there by Sada Poika. Harlow able to hold on. Pro Filipaki, the feed in front. Kept out. We have just 2 minutes to go in the first period. Hockham does well to hold on to that puck. Here's Emil, burst of speed, tries to drive the net, sides against it. Adapoika goes for the short side, stopped by Stammer. One more chance perhaps for Tohtorit, but they have to be careful. It's a high press here from Heimo. Oyela for Pro Filipaki, good save. As Vamo keeps them off the board right at the end of the first. Both goaltenders with some strong stops, and that brings us to the end of the first period. Not the alpha board yet, so. As the first period comes to a close, still looking for the opening goal. Look here at some of the opportunities. That was the last second save. Both goaltenders needed strong performances in this one. Second period is about ready to begin. As always, the action brought to you by our friends at Kovalan Lakritsi. A strike first here in this game. Side call there will slow things down. Sormy able to find Harlow. Pass for Oyala. He scores. It can happen that quickly for either of these two teams. Tohtorit on a simple break-in. 2 passes later. The snipe glove side. Tohtorit grabbed the lead. Big time goal there for Oyala. And good play with his team lead in goals. A little bit overshadowed by Profilipaki in game 1. Those two continuing to be a dangerous combination. Here's Emil. Bumped off the puck. Oh, the one-timer, they score! Two quick goals for Tohtorit. As Harlow over to Profilipaki, both wingers in on the fun for Tohtorit. Make that 4 goals in this series for Profilipaki, and a 2-0 lead now for Tohtorit. See, they're looking for another one there. Harlow nearly getting involved on the fun there. So Tohtorit, 2 goals. Heimo, just 2 shots. Got to find a way to get their offense in motion here. Tohtorit do have the opportunity. Really take over this game. Same time, maybe Heimo do to Tohtorit what happened to them in the first game. Profilipaki for Harlow. As options went for the blocker side. Good save by Vamo. Ella trying to control. Defense was there to take it away. Hatsi in control. Goes down as his defense recovers. Movement here. Profilipaki back into the zone. Tries the short side, and Vamo able to keep that one out as we are over the halfway point of this second period. Marcus for Profilipaki. Going to go way over to Segastorm. It was taken away. It's timed at the line here for Tohtorit. Ace for Sada Poika. Shot from the point. They score. A blast of a one-timer. As there was no hesitation from Sockham to throw that one on net. And just out of the reach of Stammer, Heimo were right back in this game. Just 1 goal in 12 games. Start of today for Sockham. He gets one there. And my guess is that we're likely to have a restart here due to a technical error. So we'll throw it back to us here ever so briefly before throwing it to a quick break, as the two teams will have to sort things out and decide how they want to play through things. But again, a 2-1 lead now for Tohtorit, the late goal from Heimo to get them back to within 1. We'll be back in a few moments once the teams get set up and we can get the action back underway. Stick with us.
Minkä päällä lakukastike maistuu parhaalta? Ei voi tietää, ellei kokeile. Kouvolan lakritsi.
and ready to go. What is technically going to be the second period here after the disconnect. But again, it is a 2-1 scoreline for Tohtorit upon the restart. As we will see if either side can make the most of this restart. Again, technically now the second period of play. Here's Emil with space. He scores. What a shot. And what a way to kick off the restart as Heimo are able to find the back of the net early. Emil continues a tremendous scoring pace in this series, and we are tied at 2 goals apiece. What a shot. Question as to whether or not either side would be able to make the most of the restart. The answer was yes. See what the Tohtorit response happens to be. 1 shot, 1 goal upon the restart. For Heimo as Sakam dumps this one in. Sadapoik is there. Back to the point. Good block by Karkas there. Atsi takes the hit. Here's Profilipaki. Has 2. Try and work his way past. He just gets bullied by Sniper. He's able to pick off that pass. And Heimo going down the other way. Sega Sormi dumps this one in. Oyala's there. Back to the point. Good poke check by Emil. Using that left side wall. Tried to feed in front. Sakam was there. Yeah, 1 minute to go here. We have the second period. That's going to be offside. Let's be able to hold on to this one, trying to lead it out of the zone. One more chance. Sadapoika back to him. Sadapoika's shot, gloved down by Stammer. He won't risk the pass out at a crucial time. 0.8 seconds will not be enough time. And the restart benefits Heimo. As the goal for Emil gets them back. Tied game heading into the third. Emil has had a tremendous night. One more look at the shot there. Just beyond the glove. And it sets up a third period. Some crucial points up for grabs. Down in the corner, Heimo trying to go to work early. Sadapoika. He was so close to replicating the goal that got Heimo the win in overtime. in game number 1. The draw. Heimo in control. Sock'em. Steps in. One-timer for Tohtorit. He's getting some good looks, and it's now 4 shots to 0 on the restart for Heimo. Tohtorit lost the momentum that they built up, and indeed, very similar to last game. It was Heimo up 2-0. Eventually trailing 3-2. Now Tohtorit were up 2-0. Not able to find that third goal before Heimo, at the very least, have tied the game. We'll see if they can completely flip the script and find that third goal. Here's Oyala, though, for Tohtorit. Takes the hit. Nobody down low. Mill off the skates of Hatsi, but they are onside. Sock him at the point. One-timer for Snipery, and Stammer is able to make the save. We will have a pause here, hopefully not for a further technical issue. Be the timeout if we're lucky. Looks like that'll be the case. Indeed, we continue on. Hockham keeps it in, sends it low. Emil trying to fend off some pressure. He's there with him. Hockham shot on, stopped by Stammer. Snipery at the point, pinching in. Go with this one, goes to Tohtorit at the point. Tohtorit. Getting late. Emil. Back to Sniper at the point. Shot on. Stammer not able to cover. Emil got launched. Dropped his stick as well in the process. So a man advantage for Tohtorit. They still can't get a shot on here. Played a full period now upon the restart and yet to register a shot. Patience from Snipery, Tohtorit. Working from that right side circle. Good movement here, though, from Tohtorit. Oyala, short side. Vamo keeps it out as they finally shot on goal. Again, technically the third period here, so 7 minutes left. 2-2 hockey game. Oyala for Pro Filipaki. Held up. Like this again for Harlow. Shot. Lose puck. Karkas couldn't get it. But some offense generated here for Tohtorit. Low shot there. Good save. Shot broken up. Here's Emil. Feed in front. Harlow's there to pick it off. 4 minutes to go in regulation. Pro Filipaki. Back to the point. Now again, working that half wall. Harlow down low. Good movement for Tohtorit, but can they find the shooting lane? The answer was no. Down the other way. Stifled at the blue line was Heimo. Final 2 minutes. Clock dumped in. Really no pressure from Heimo whatsoever. They seem relatively content to stick to the counterattacking strategy. try and get those 3 regulation points as opposed to really pressing. And that overtime point would help them tremendously. And it looks like we will indeed go back to overtime for the second game in a row. Again, a restart midway through the seconds, so it is technically regulation over and done with as each team secures yet another point. That is 3 points already for Heimo on the night and 2 for Tohtorit. And if Heimo can make it 4 out of 6 points against the team currently in 4th, that is a big, big result. Great to see what replays they end up looking at. But all in all, it was Vamo coming up with some decent saves throughout the game. Good job of sealing off the posts. It is overtime. Who will secure that extra point for their team? A shot blocked down by Snipery in front. Stormy, a little bit of trouble, finds Oyala. Sends across, picked off by Sakam. Atapoika. Sakam has a goal in this game. Odd angle 1T from Emil. Stopped by Stammer. Second chance. Loose puck. Atapoika nearly held on to it. He was the overtime hero in game 1. It's timed, and Heimo forced to reset. Sent around by Snipery. Oyala's there. Tohtorit. To get going. Oyala can't hold on to it. And Profilipaki's backhand goes through the blue paint. Second chance. He scores. Star of the game tonight, of the series tonight, no doubt, Profilipaki secures the extra point for Tohtorit here in overtime, as both teams will walk away with 3 points in the standings. It's Profilipaki able to sneak that one past, despite Snipery being right there. And it is a split 3 points apiece, as Profilipaki's incredible performance really tonight. I mean, he was fantastic. Emil on the other side, just a really good back and forth battle. And again, for Tohtorit, I mean, 3 points, never a bad thing. But for Heimo, these are 3 gigantic points for them, given the fact that, again, outside of the playoffs looking in and entering play today in one of those potential relegation series matchups, 3 points against the top 4 team is, in fact, a tremendous result. As you see the save there by Stammer. And again, it was a very hot start for Heimo upon the restart. We'll get a look here. Saves as well by Stammer that they wanted to look at. Of course, we won't have access to all the replays that we're looking for, so I think we should be good to go after this look here. And again, what was another save for Stammer? I mean, did a good job of getting low and into the butterfly early. So again, 3 points aside for the regular season matchup between Heimo and Tohtorit, and that brings the first broadcast of the week to a close. But again, we'll be back with more Elite Division action on Wednesday. And tomorrow, it is our Pro Division Spotlight for the week. 2 interesting matchups there, as well as Gotham Knights, who of course were in Elite last season, take on Deadly Phantoms, a longtime Pro Division team that have really struggled in the early stages of the season. On the other side, 2 very strong teams in Pro so far through the first 2 weeks. The Old Timers take on Blackbirds. So definitely excited to see how those matchups play out. Again, that is tomorrow, 19:45 CET, 1:45 p.m. Eastern. But for now, everybody, we want to thank you for joining us on this one. We hope to see you tomorrow for said Pro Division action. And again, another fun week underway here at SportsGamer. SportsGamer.gg for all the information that you need. But for now, thank you again for watching and tuning in. We'll see you tomorrow.
Minkä päällä lakukastike maistuu parhaalta? Ei voi tietää, ellei kokeile. Kouvolan lakritsi.
Domi. Back to the forehand. Pass for Wenger off the mark. Both teams have had some trouble with these passes and some pickups. And you kind of had the feeling that it might be a one. The rebound play and they score. Well, out of B face-off play. Win to the defender. Throw it on. 3. No fear, though. Kicks back to the point. One-timer, they score! Voittamaton here in game number 2. The one-timer from the top of the circle. As they not quite to the corner. It was dead center. Here's the other chance. Sent to... Has to be defined as the biggest win of the season statistically. Good save on the shot from Potsov. Eki jamming away at it in front. Eki got 2 swings at it. Denied on the first, would not be denied on the second. Silver crease crasher paying. Otzloff for Jamal. Flyer Kungan back to Jamal. Eki the one-timer, he scores! It's about 30 seconds left in regulation. As Landstrom, Wenger at the point. Deflection off the post, and they score! See? His way in, shot, scores! Just absolutely lasers it. Pass hammer, I mean, gold crease crasher opportunity. Nazi shot the rebound just out of the reach of Emil. Point across, they score! Just a great pass, and there was absolutely nothing the Kerkus could do there. He just kind of got boxed out. May have deflected, if not was cleanly picked off. And Roof. Oh, yeah. Back to the point. A shot there, they score! Completed the 2-0 comeback. Indeed, right? He's in matchup. Base throw for the Pocky. Unselfish, but he gets the goal anyway. Us. And I believe it went off the skate of the defender. We saw a very similar goal in game number 1, the first series, I should say. 6.5 minutes to go. It certainly feels like another goal from Tohtorit would be the backbreaker. Here's Emil. He scores! Of each team's respective right wing, as both of them have hat tricks in this game. Emil. Sadavoyka down low, short side, scores! Sormi able to find Harlow. Pass for Oyala, he scores! 2 passes later, the snipe glove side, Tohtorit grabbed the lead. Oh, the one-timer, they score! As Harlow over to Profilipaki, both wingers in on the fun. Or to Ace for Sada Poika, shot from the point, they score! Ace in this series, and we are tied at 2 goals apiece. What a shot. Lapaki's backhand goes through the blue paint. Second chance, he scores! With 3 points in the standings.